morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, I will ask you whether anyone participated in or overheard conversations regarding the case or took steps to research any information or were purposely or inadvertently exposed to any information about the case. I see no hands. Thank you very much. We'll begin today continuing the state's presentation of evidence. If you would call your witness, please.
Yes, the state calls Detective Blank.
Detective, if you're able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference. Thank you very much. If you'll stand, my clerk will administer the oath.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give this matter?
I do. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Could you please just state your name for the record?
Timothy Blank?
And you've testified previously in this trial.
Yes.
During the course of this investigation, you were one of the detectives in charge of warrants and subpoenas for documents and business records.
Yes.
And did you, during the course of the investigation, in fact, write a search warrant or subpoena for TDS?
Yes.
And why did you write a warrant or subpoena for TDS?
In reviewing records from Google, we noted a consistent trend of IP addresses being used to log into various Google accounts.
And what is an IP address?
An IP address is an internet protocol address. It's essentially a series of numbers, or in some cases letters and numbers, that identify either a specific network or a specific device used to connect to other devices or networks on the internet.
And generally speaking, assuming that a home only has one internet account, would the activity that went through that home's Wi-Fi have the same IP address?
Yes.
So if you were at 4595 Oak Springs Drive, you would, and you use their Wi-Fi, you would have the TDS account that that home paid for, that
Yes.
internet account.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as 483 and 484. Could you please identify 483 and 484?
43 is a certification of business records from TDS. And 484 is the records themselves.
Okay. And do they give you the IP address for the 4595 Oak Springs Circle address in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes.
And what is that IP address?
69.130.255.56.
And that's the account that Bart Halderson paid for. That was his internet user, or his internet company was TDS.
Yes.
At this time, I would move 483 and 484 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received. Counsel, at what point would you like me to read the stipulation regarding the business records?
After this witness?
Sure. Okay, very good.
And as already been explained to the jury, there was a bunch of email accounts in this case that became relevant or of interest.
Yes.
And those included Aaron Hoover at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, as well as Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, and Chaninja at gmail.com.
Yes.
And did you write warrants for those various accounts?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as 479, 480, 482, 450, 451, 452, as well as 453. How would you describe these various documents as a group?
These are all Google records for various Gmail accounts.
Okay, and let's go through them one by one. 451, what is exhibit 451?
451 appears to be the certificate of authenticity from Google Incorporated for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as chninjalderson@gmail.com.
So not that uncommon, people often have more than one email.
Correct.
Okay. And they both have part of his name in that. Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you received from Google?
Yes.
I would move exhibit 451 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
452, how would you describe 452 to the jury?
452 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, as well as a chninjalderson at gmail.com.
Okay, true and accurate copy?
Yes.
I would move exhibit 452 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And the dates are just different on those, a different date range of emails, records.
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 450, how would you identify exhibit 450?
450 is also a certificate of authenticity for Chandler Halderson at gmail.com, also from Google.
Again, different dates than the other two. I would move exhibit 450 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
482, how would you describe document 482?
482 is a certificate of authenticity for aaron.hoovermatc at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, and Jockstrap Cowboy 625 at gmail.com.
I would move 482 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe 480?
480 is Google subscriber information for Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com.
And that has information such as when the account was created, the IP address, and other such information.
Yes.
I would move 480 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
How would you describe document 481?
481 is the subscriber information for Spieth Daniel at gmail.com.
And again, has all that information such as creation date, backup phone, etc.
Yes.
I would move 481 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And finally, 479, how would you describe document 479?
479 is the Google subscriber information for aaron.hoovermatc at gmail.com.
All right, and I would move 479 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
And I would also move 453, which is just a USB of the records
No.
already in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Now, a lot of this is somewhat technical information, not particularly user-friendly to people that aren't technologically inclined like myself. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so we put together this chart, exhibit 565. How would you describe exhibit 565?
565 is a listing of the email accounts we've discussed, along with their dates of creation, the IP address of creation, the subscriber for each IP address, as well as the recovery phone number for the accounts, and the date of birth for the accounts.
Okay. At this time, I would move, and you checked this information and made sure it was the same information in all of these documents.
Yes.
Okay, I would move 565 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
All right, and here's just a copy of 565. I would ask to publish.
You may publish.
Oh. So while the Elmo is warming up, Detective, there's some known information also on this chart, Exhibit 565, towards the bottom. And one of those is the IP address of 4595 Oak Spring Circle.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the IP address starting with 69.
Yes.
And then we also have Chandler Halderson's birthday, and what is that date?
March 15th of 1998.
And that was gathered from a driver's license and also from the interview of Mr. Halderson.
Yes.
And we also have Chandler Halderson's phone number, which was 920-838-4549.
Yes.
And that was confirmed via phone records from the company.
Yes.
Pull it up on my computer and have a look at it that way. Okay. Okay. We're having a technical issue there, so I'm gonna attach it to my computer.
How do I get it to my? How do I get it to my computer? Yes, my computer. Hold on. Hold on.
Is it warming up, Lindsay?
Can we, that's working? Yeah. Let's go ahead and turn that on.
All right. Sorry about that delay, everyone. Okay. All right, so that chart, it might be a little hard to read, but just, and that's why I gave you a copy, detective. Aaron Cooper, matc@gmail.com. What was the IP creation address?
69.130.255.56.
And again, that is the IP address associated with the Oak Spring Circle.
Yes.
And was a recovery phone number used in setting up that account?
No.
And a recovery phone number, again, is a phone number that you can put in when you create an email address in case you ever forget your password.
Correct.
Okay. And what was the date of birth of that is listed under that account?
February 11th of 1988.
Let's move to alyssabrandt64@gmail.com. What is the IP address of creation?
August 18th of 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the date of creation. What is the IP address?
69.130.255.56.
So again, the Bart Halderson internet account.
Yes.
So that email was created connected to that Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And what, if any, recovery phone number was listed?
There is none.
And what date of birth was listed?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday.
Yes.
All right, what about ChandlerHalderson@gmail.com? What was the date of creation?
January 20th of 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
69.130.255.56.
Again, the Halderson address is Wi-Fi.
Yes.
And what was the recovery phone number for the Chandler Halderson Gmail?
920-838-4549.
And the date of birth listed.
March 15th of 1998.
And speakdaniel@gmail.com. What was the date of creation?
August 5th, 2020.
And what was the IP address of creation?
68.113.249.195.
So that one is on a different Wi-Fi account.
Yes.
Okay. What is the recovery phone number for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
920-838-4549.
So Chandler Halderson's phone number is the phone number for the recovery.
Yes.
And what is the date of birth listed for speakdaniel@gmail.com?
March 15th of 1998.
Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes.
So detective, during the course of this investigation, did you also download some phones?
Yes.
How do you download a phone?
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running appropriate forensic software, and then perform a data acquisition from the device.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
The phone needs to be connected to a computer running forensic software, and then you're able to acquire data from a device.
And do you always get the same sort of data with every type of phone?
No.
Explain that.
There's a number of reasons why we get different data from different devices. First of all, different devices retain different types of information. For example, a brand new iPhone is going to retain different data versus an Android phone. Older phones typically do not retain the same information as well. There's a variety of reasons why phones don't all retain the same type of information.
And in this case, one of the phones that you dumped or downloaded was an old-fashioned flip phone.
Yes.
And I'm approaching you with Exhibit 550. How would you describe Exhibit 550?
Exhibit 550 is an extraction report.
And for what phone was Exhibit 550, the extraction report for?
That was a flip phone that was
These
submitted.
are often called burner phones
Yes.
because you can pay as you go and throw them away when you're done.
Yes.
And is this the phone in particular that I will let you look at that you downloaded in document 550?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 550 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And because it's a flip phone, what sort of information, if any, were you able to get off of a flip phone?
I was not able to extract any data from the phone itself.
Were you able to determine what the phone number was
Yes.
for this burner phone?
Yes.
And what is the phone number of this burner phone?
The phone number is 608-598-7868.
And during the course of the investigation, did you download a phone that was associated with Bart Halderson?
Yes.
And what sort of data, if any, were you able to get from Bart Halderson's phone?
From his phone, we recovered a variety of data, including photographs, videos, call logs, text content, I believe some web browsing history.
And Bart had an iPhone?
Yes.
And if I bring you some iPhones, would you be able to tell which one?
Possibly.
I know it's one of these two. And it's okay if you can't. But it was the one associated with Bart Halderson
Yes.
that was hidden in his shoe with his driver's license.
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to download his data into some sort of report?
Yes.
Describe that.
When the data is acquired from the phone, essentially you have raw data, which is not real useful to the layperson. So we moved the data to the physical analyzer program, which then allows for a much more user-friendly viewing of the data.
And what sort of information can you get from a phone like Bart's?
Again, we see photographs that may be saved. We may see videos, phone call logs, text content, contacts. For example, if I entered you as a contact in my phone, I would get a list of those contacts. Possibly web browser history.
And I'm showing you what has been marked as 497. Could you please describe Exhibit 497?
497 is the USB drive of the download from Bart Halderson's cell phone.
And you provided a true and accurate copy of that download?
Yes.
All right, I would move Exhibit 497 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Turning first to that phone download process that you just talked about.
Yes.
How many phones did you download for that data acquisition in connection with this case?
With this case? I believe 2.
Those would be Bart's phone and who else?
Ms. Melender's phone.
Now, when you download those phones and create these reports, do you look at them to see what they contain, or do you just simply give those reports to others who look for things of evidentiary value?
Depends on the case.
What did you do in this case?
In some cases, I believe I did view some of the evidence, yes.
So the information you downloaded was reviewed, and anything of evidentiary value from the Sheriff's Department's view was found, correct?
Possibly.
Well, let me put it this way. When you write reports, if you do something, or if you look at something and you determine it's not relevant to the case, you might write in that report, no evidentiary value.
Correct.
That's the only thing I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Nothing.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good rest of your day. Sure. See if it's working.
Let's just leave it there.
Okay.
This day we'll call Sabrina Sims to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, it is.
If you're still comfortable to testify without your mask, that would be fine. If you need to wear it today and believe that's important, you could. Okay, thank you.
Judge, before we get started, would you mind, I think, reading the stipulation as it has to do with business records at this time?
Certainly. Oh, I do have it. And I just found the stipulation I emailed counsel about, so don't worry about that. I do have that here. Ladies and gentlemen, the district attorney and the attorneys for the defendant have stipulated and agreed to the existence of certain facts, and you must accept these facts as conclusively proved. The parties stipulate that the records produced by the below companies and organizations are authentic records, and there is no dispute to the accuracy of the records. Wisconsin law provides that records produced by businesses and organizations can be considered self-authenticating when certain conditions are met. The parties stipulate such conditions have been met regarding the records in this case. This stipulation concerns records produced by, number 1, Apple Inc., number 2, Discord Inc., number 3, Google Inc., number 4, Madison College, number 5, PayPal Inc., number 6, Settlers Bank, number 7, Snap Incorporated, number 8, Square Incorporated, number 9, TDS Communications LLC, number 10, US Cellular, and finally number 11, UW Health / CIOX Health.
Thank you. You see, I'm a guy of simple taste.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
to review the
As one
email
of the
accounts that
two
we just
lead
heard
case detectives on this case,
testify about getting
was
all
one
those
of your
accounts.
roles to review?
Yes.
And when I say review these email accounts, did you in fact go through and read all of the emails?
Yes.
So specifically, I'm going to talk to you today about 4 different email accounts. ChandlerHalderson@gmail.com, Spieth Daniel at gmail.com, Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com, and Aaron Hoover at gmail.com. Did you review those email accounts?
Yes, I did.
As it goes to Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover, we're going to talk about essentially the entirety of those email accounts, correct?
That's correct.
From creation through when you got access to them.
That's correct.
As it comes to Mr. Halderson, ChandlerHalderson at gmail.com, that was his personal email?
Yes.
Were there an extensive amount of emails in that account?
I'd say there were.
Did you review those emails?
Yes.
Were there ever any emails to or from anyone at American Family Insurance indicating that Mr. Halderson worked there in any capacity?
Specifically American Family, no.
When it comes to the company SpaceX, were there ever any emails regarding a job application or employment with SpaceX?
No.
Does the word SpaceX come up, in fact, at all in any of those Gmail, Mr. Halderson's Gmail account?
No.
Does this document contain messages, emails, this is 549 I'm showing you, that were pulled out by you and other members of law enforcement in what you believe to be relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move exhibit number 549 into evidence.
Any objection other than as noted?
No.
And I'll note for the record, 575 is a USB containing it for display, and I'd move 575 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Those exhibits are received and may be published.
All right. So when we're talking about Mr. Halderson's actual Gmail account, were there emails in that account in between him and these people, supposedly someone named Mr. Spieth, Ms. Brandt, and Mr. Hoover? Did Mr. Halderson's own Gmail account contain those messages?
Yes.
And for purposes of what we're going to look at just first, talking about Mr. Halderson's Gmail account, we did not include those because we're going to look at them when we look at these accounts, right?
That's correct.
Okay. What types of messages were you looking for when looking at ChandlerHalderson at gmail.com? What were you trying to figure out?
Any communication with anyone from Madison College, anything related to his employment, either at SpaceX or American Family, any communications with his parents, anyone else. If we identified somebody within the email that we would like to contact, then we went and maybe did an interview of somebody within that email.
Okay. So we're going to look at a number of emails, and we'll start with number 30. We'll just start here. This doesn't look like a normal email. It's in a different format. Tell us about the format that we're looking at these in.
Sure. As Detective Blank just spoke to, the data that he provides us to review as case detectives is within the Cellbrite Reader program. And so we can generate reports from the emails. And again, this is just number 30 within the report we created. On the left is the number 30, the timestamp and date, and then the subject of the emails is to the right of your screen.
Sure. And so this one we'll just talk about its makeup, and we won't do that for all of them. So 30 is a number created by Cellbrite on the far left. That just is the number of the email?
That's correct.
All right. The timestamp, there it says June 7th, 2021 at 8:13 a.m. As we go through this, we won't talk about time a lot, but is that time specifically accurate in this program?
In this program, in this particular report, it is not. So the UTC -5 is in regards to, you actually should add the 5 hours back to the email time. Detective Blank informed me that the Google records were actually received in our central time, and Cellbrite Reader program subtracted 5 hours.
So while the times might not be super relevant today, but if the jury looks at that, they should just think it's plus 5 hours each time.
That's correct.
Okay. And so then at the very top of the column on the right, we have the subject of the email, which is the subject line we always think of in an email.
Yes,
And here it's email from MATC, and the body, that's the actual email that was sent.
yes, it is.
All right. And we have this one, Chaz, I did not receive the email string regarding the appointment on Thursday. Please send to me, signed Bart Halderson. And Bart Halderson's email is what?
B. Halderson at bdo.com.
What is BDO?
It was Bart's place of employment.
His accounting firm?
Yes.
Okay. So you went through these emails and pulled out ones relevant as you discussed, and so we'll start going through those. Talk to me about email 20. If you could just, we have to read it into the record, of course. So I'll just say that it was on June 11th, 2021. The subject was HR. What did that email read?
Did you email HR to inquire about your paycheck? Unless there is something that you are not telling us, they have had ample time to pay you. Bart Halderson.
And that was from Bart to Chandler.
That's correct.
Email 19 on June 11th, 2021. The subject read HR. From Chandler to Bart, could you read the response essentially?
I added him to my room queue, so hopefully soon.
Again, on the same day, we have email number 18. The subject is payment, and it's from Chandler to someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Could you read the body of that email?
Good afternoon. My name is Chandler Halderson. I was recently made aware of you taking my case. Can I have an explanation of why I haven't been paid yet? Thank you, Chandler.
And then if you look at the time on this one, it's 8:49:35. But shortly after that, on June 11th, obviously we're adding that 5 hours. So June 11th, 2021, Mr. Selznick, someone named Tom Selznick at protonmail.com, emails Chandler Halderson in response. What does he say?
Hi, Chandler. I was given your case on Tuesday. However, I have contacted your payroll company and have determined a few issues. 1, you are registered as salary, however, you are making an hourly wage. 2, for 2 months, the payroll company saw your name and dues as a clerical error. Unfortunately, you have been making $25 an hour when your salary states you should be making $61,000 annually. This is around a $10,000 difference annually. When I get in contact with payroll, I will show them exactly when you were switched and find out why there was a delay on your dues. Have a great rest of your Friday. Tom Selznick. Tom Selznick, Northeast Remote Human Resources Manager.
Email 16 on the same day, June 11th, from Selznick to Chandler. Could you read that?
I updated the log and changed your dues. I'll let payroll know of the change. Keep an eye on your bank account and let me know if you have not been paid by next Friday. Tom Selznick. Northeast, oh, sorry.
You can continue.
Northeast Remote Human Resources Manager.
Number 13, this is again, June 11th, from Chandler back to Mr. Selznick. What does it read?
When is payday for me? I was wondering when I'd get paid.
From email 12, same day, June 11th, 2021, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. What does it read?
First payment ASAP, then the first Friday of each month. Tom Selznick.
Email 10, from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick on the 17th of June now. What does it read?
Good evening. I was hoping to hear the status of my check. Is there anything wrong or holding it back from being delivered? I recently had to go to the emergency room, so I will need my check ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 9, June 18th, from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson. The subject is still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I will make some calls when your office opens to speed things along. I'm sorry to hear about your trip to the ER. That's never fun. I do appreciate your patience with this, Tom Selznick.
Okay. Email number 7 on the 18th of June from Mr. Selznick, Mr. Halderson, still regarding payment. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be traveling to Madison, Wisconsin, Wednesday of next week for restructuring of the HR department. It seems there is a lack of communication to be resolved. I will hope to meet you in person and have a sit down on Thursday if you are capable of travel. Tom Selznick.
Email 6 on the 18th of June from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Could you read the body of that email?
Yes, that will work fine. I look forward to meeting with you. Thank you, Chandler.
Now to email 4 from Mr. Selznick to Mr. Halderson on the 24th of June. Subject meeting times. What did Mr. Selznick reportedly say here?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm holding a board meeting this afternoon to discuss the changes I've made to the department. If I am able to meet with you today, I will join your room around lunch over Team Viewer. My apologies for the inconvenience. However, there would not be enough members tomorrow to hold the committee.
Email number 3 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Selznick. Meeting times. Could you read the body of that email?
I will be available 12 to 5 p.m. today in my room. I would like to be kept up to date with any news regarding my case. Thank you, Chandler.
That person, Tom Selznick, we heard about a lot of subpoenas from Alyssa Brandt and Hoover and Chandler, all at gmail.com. Tom Selznick at protonmail.com. Were you able to subpoena Proton Mail?
We did not subpoena Proton Mail.
What goes into that decision, or why not?
After reviewing the emails, Detective Shunk and I had a conversation with Detective Blank in regards to the Proton Mail, and we learned that it's an email server based out of Switzerland. So based upon that information, we opted to not draft a subpoena for the records, and we decided to contact American Family directly to ask if Tom Selznick was an employee there.
Sure. And you made contact with those people?
We did.
And in fact, we're going to hear from them today?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take back this exhibit from you. Showing what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 478. If you could page through that real quick and let me know what that is.
Exhibit 478 appears to be the spiethdaniel@gmail.com emails from the Google search warrant return.
I'll move that exhibit to evidence and publish it.
Any objection? Other than
Nothing
the staff?
further.
Very good. It is received.
So when it comes to Mr. Spieth, and I'll actually let you keep it in case you just need trouble reading, that's exhibit number 478. We're going to look at the entirety of the email, meaning all the emails sent from that account.
That's correct.
And so why are we looking at email 20? What does this show us?
This was the first email sent to this account. So there were 20 emails total. This particular email, reading the subject line, is finished setting up your new Google account, August 5th, 2020.
In your experience, is this the email you get when you set up a new Google account right away?
It is.
Email 19. So the account was set up on August 5th. And then right away on that same day, 2020, Mr. Spieth at gmail.com emails Bart Halderson at wirr.com and ChandlerHalderson at gmail.com. Subject Zoom meeting. The B Halderson at wirr.com. Was that another one from Mr. Bart Halderson's emails?
Yes.
Okay. What does this email say on the date of creation?
Ticket. Unfortunately, I will not be able to hold the meeting until Tuesday, the 11th at 10:30 a.m. If there are any conflicts, please let me know as soon as possible to reschedule. When the call starts at 10:15, I will send the link. Zoom is a browser application that will need access to your camera and microphone, so be sure to allow them when prompted. Thank you and have a great rest of your day. Daniel Spieth.
Email 18, 5th from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Halderson and Chandler. What are we looking at there?
It appears it's an email sent with no subject or body.
17, which is again August 5th from Bart Halderson to Daniel Spieth. Regarding the Zoom meeting, what does it read in the body?
Daniel, that time will work. Please send Zoom details to my work email, bhalderson@bdo.com. Thank you, Bart.
Email 16, on the 10th of August, 2020, from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Bart Halderson. Subject is schedule alteration. What does Mr. Spieth have to say here?
First of all, I apologize. Recently, I have had a close family member become infected with coronavirus. I will appoint a coworker to the ticket of Chandler Halderson as soon as possible. I will be in the office. Log on Wednesday at 4 p.m. Chandler, call me at 9 a.m. tomorrow for further details. I apologize for any inconvenience. Daniel Spieth.
Number 15, on the 26th of August, 2020. What is this email?
This is an email from Google in regards to a security alert that a new device has signed into the account of spiethdaniel@gmail.com. The exhibit's up there.
Number 14, same type of thing.
Yes, again, this is an email from Google, the subject being Daniel finished setting up your Apple iPhone with the latest Google apps. In regards to setting up, it appears to be a new phone associated to the account.
And these are just emails in your experience. Do these emails just come through on email accounts when random things happen? You're using a new device or something along those lines?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing weird about this.
No.
Talk about email 13. Are you aware of what this is on the 26th of August, 2020?
Yeah, this just appears to be an email sent to Bart Halderson from Daniel Spieth, no subject line and no body within that email.
Email 12, 26 of August 2020, from Mr. Spieth to Mr. Halderson, subject meeting. What did the body say there?
Good morning. Chandler was recently informed his counselor was not going to be able to make it to her meetings for the day, so he gave me a call. I will be remotely conducting his meeting today. He also sent me a list of topics to have ready. I have full access to the servers, so I have the information. He gave me your contact information. Does 9:30 or 10 work for you to answer a call? Speak to you soon, Daniel Spieth.
Email 11, the 26th again, Mr. Spieth, Mr. Halderson. What does that email say?
I have approved his renewable energy certificate. Is the address on file 4595 Oak Springs Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, correct?
Email 10, November 26th, Mr. Halderson, Mr. Spieth. What does that email say?
I can make either work. I just need to be done by 11:15.
Email 8, Halderson to Spieth. Now we're on the 26th. Still on the 26th. What does that email say?
I believe Chandler is in a meeting with a potential employer until 10. Did he say it was okay to have the call without him?
Email 7, Mr. Halderson, Mr. Spieth, on the 9th of September 2020. The subject is status update. What did Bart Halderson say to Mr. Spieth at this time?
Daniel, can you please give me an update on Chandler's account? I need to know the following items. Has his account been set up so that he can request transcripts? Has the national database been updated so that student aid can see that he is registered as an FT, meaning full-time student? When will we receive his certificate for completing the solar energy program? Thank you.
Email 6, 23rd. October now, Mr. Halderson and Mr. Spieth. What are we looking at there?
The subject is progress update. Daniel, will you please provide me a summary of where you are resolving the open items for Chandler? New account is active. Registered in the IT degree program. Able to sign up for spring semester classes. Transcripts can be generated and picked up. Solar certificate has been signed and will be sent. National database has been updated for financial aid. Thank you, Bart Halderson.
Halderson to Daniel Spieth, regarding college transcripts on November 2nd, 2020. Could you tell us what Chandler told Mr. Spieth?
Good morning, Mr. Spieth. Could you please send my transcripts to my home address? There is a program with my insurance to help save me money with a good GPA. If you or someone you trust could do that as soon as possible, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, Chandler Halderson.
Email 4, now on November 18th, 2020. What is this a standard email that you see from YouTube with your Gmail account?
Yep, it appears to just be an email from YouTube in regards to changes for terms of service.
Email 3, from Mr. Speed to Chandler Halderson. I think it was cut off there. What does this one read?
The subject is federal and insurance. The body reads, Dear Chandler, I believe I have finally gotten through to your federal loans and am getting squared away with them. I am also drafting your letter for insurance. Would a PDF copy work for you?
And you have the book in front of you, just because it's cut off.
Sure.
Confirm who Mr. Speed sent that email to.
Email 3 is to Chandler Halderson at Gmail from Daniel Spieth at gmail.com.
Number 2, now we're December 9th, 2020, just another Google email at that time.
Yes, that's correct.
And 1, we're looking at the same thing.
Yes.
Now, when it comes to Mr. Daniel Spieth, so SpiethDaniel at gmail.com, we've already looked at exhibit number 565. Was the phone number, the backup recovery phone number used to create this Daniel Spieth email, was that Chandler Halderson's cell phone?
Yes, it was.
And was the birthday that was used when he created that Daniel Spieth Google account, was that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
And in reviewing the account of Mr. Spieth, who's purporting to be an advisor of some sort at MATC, did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
So we'll take just maybe 1 minute. Council's looking at the next exhibit, so everyone can take
Oh,
a
I
minute.
can stop.
Very good. Pardon?
Oh, I can stop if we're,
Oh, no, good. Finish up.
oh, you need it? I've had enough time to see it.
Showing you now what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 477. What is this document here?
Exhibit 477 is the Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com email return for this account from Google.
And in the course of working on this case, as a case detective, did you review the Alyssa Brandt 64 email?
Yes, I did.
And we're going to look at those, are we not?
Yes.
All right, I'll move to publish that exhibit.
You may. I think it has to be moved to be
I'll
received.
move it and that's published.
It is received.
But
Uh, Any specific objections at this time?
nothing in addition to my prior objection.
It is received.
So what are we looking at in email 47?
Email 47 is an email from Google in regards to finish setting up your Google account, sent when the account was created.
So we're looking at August 18th, 2020.
Correct.
So is there some overlap with all of these emails, the Speed, the Hoover, the Brandt? There's going to be some overlap in time, is there not?
Yes, there is.
Let's talk about email 46 from Chandler Halderson. The day of this account was created on the 18th. Chandler Halderson is someone named Alyssa Brandt 64 at gmail.com. The subject is schedule times. Could you tell us what the body says?
Good morning, Alyssa. We spoke on the phone yesterday, and I was wondering if you had sent the email to bhalderson@bdo.com. If you could, at your earliest convenience, that would be great. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 45. And on the 18th, Ms. Brandt to Mr. Halderson regarding schedule times. Could you read the body of that email?
I apologize for the late reply. I am currently waiting on 2 advisors to send in their open times. And I'm glad you sent an email because I had the address of bhalderson@bmo.com. I will have the times before the end of the workday.
44, on the 19th, August 2020, Mr. Halderson, Bart Halderson, to Alyssa Grant 64, labeled Chandler Halderson as the subject. Could you read the body of that?
Alyssa, I wanted to reach out since I have not received an email from you with tentative dates and times to discuss Chandler's account and student status. As you might be aware, this is causing issues with financial aid and insurance, but also giving me other concerns. Thank you for your prompt attention to this matter, as we have been trying to resolve this for countless months.
Email 43, the 19th of August 2020, Ms. Grant to Mr. Halderson. Regarding Chandler Halderson, could you read the body of that?
Good afternoon. Currently, we have a shortage of advisors, so the earliest I could make time for Chandler is on Wednesday, the 26th at 10:30 a.m. However, 2 advisors still have not returned my email, but I will let you know as soon as they get back to me. I was waiting to hear from them this morning because Chandler made a point to have it held yet this week. I have already sent a second follow-up email to the 2 advisors and to the financial aid manager. I apologize for the delay, Alyssa.
Number 42, the 19th of August 2020, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brant regarding Chandler Halderson. Could you read the body of that?
Thank you for the update. I blocked the time on the 26th, but would also like to resolve sooner. My wife and I are off on Friday and could meet in person if it would help to resolve this.
Email 41, now on the 25th of August 2020, from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brant. Could you read that email?
Alyssa, I have not received any updates for the call meeting tomorrow. I assume this is a call or virtual meeting, but have not received the dial-in information. If this is an in-person meeting, I need to know where we are meeting. Can you confirm that this is still on the calendar and who we will be talking with? Thank you.
Email 40, 26th of August 2020, just a Google email again.
That's correct.
39, same thing.
Yes.
38, a YouTube email, correct?
That's correct.
YouTube is owned by Google, and that's why there's some interaction in the programs.
Yes.
Okay. 37, we're looking at another data email from Google. 36, are we looking at the same thing?
That's correct.
35, same thing. 34. So when we get to 34, we're talking now we've moved forward quite a bit. May 24th of this past year, 2021. The subject is reschedule. It's from Chandler to Alyssa Brant 64. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. My name is Chandler Halderson. Unfortunately, I haven't taken well to the vaccine and am not feeling well enough to make it to my appointment with Aaron Hoover at 10 a.m. today. Is there another time within the week I could reschedule to? Thank you, Chandler.
A couple questions about this email as we go through. This is the first mention that you saw of someone named Aaron Hoover?
Yes, it was.
And that's another email account we're going to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to message 33. This is on May 25th, 2021, from Alyssa Brant to Chandler Halderson regarding rescheduling, or reschedule, excuse me. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear you are not feeling well. I didn't have the best experience with it either. I moved you to Monday at 10 a.m. with Aaron. Starting next week, any guest in the building without their student ID is required to have their vaccine card and driver's license. I hope you feel better soon, Alyssa.
Email 32, the 25th again of May, Ms. Brant to Mr. Halderson regarding that reschedule. What does that say?
There's an opening on Friday at 2 p.m. with Aaron. Would you like that slot?
Email 31, 25th of May, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brant, same subject line. What does that say?
Unfortunately, I can't take any time off this week because of the 2 days I'm missing from work already. So Monday still will be best. Thanks.
Number 30, same day, Mr. Halderson and Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
Is there a possibility of getting my meeting back, or could I get the Friday?
29, same day, Mr. Halderson and Ms. Brandt. What do we have there?
Anything would work this week, if not today.
Email 28, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. What does that say?
I'm sorry to be pushy. I forgot that it was a holiday weekend and will push through to go to my meeting.
Email 27. Now we have an email from Alyssa Brandt responding to Chandler Halderson in that same subject line. What does that email read?
Unfortunately, I've already bumped the waiting list into place. I'll put you in the number 1 slot to see if you can get in today. Otherwise, the next appointment is on Friday at 2 p.m.
Number 26, again on the 25th, Mr. Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, same subject line. Could you read that?
I appreciate it. I will be available at any time you give me. Even a video call today would work. My dad only has a few hours off today.
Email 25, on the 25th of May, Alyssa Brandt emailing Chandler Halderson, back in the same subject line. What does that email read?
I will give you a call as soon as I find an opening. Until then, you have Friday at 2 p.m. I hope it can work for you.
Number 24, on the 28th of May, Ms. Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, subject line, schedule changes. What does that say?
Dear students, keep watch for scheduling changes. We are short-staffed today, and there likely will be day and time shifts for your meeting. Keep an eye out for an email or call from either me or your advisor. Have a great weekend. Alyssa Brandt.
Just briefly, maybe this is a good email to point it out. In the email itself, Brandt is spelled B-R-A-N-T. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the registered name? How is that spelled?
Alyssa is spelled the same, A-L-Y-S-S-A, and the last name is B-R-A-N, N as in Nancy, D as in David, T as in Tom. So B-R-A-N-D-T.
And in the actual email body, when she uses the last name, it's without the D, but just with the T.
That's correct.
Okay. Email 23, 28th of May, Chandler Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding the schedule changes. What does he say?
Good morning. Is there a problem with my meeting? I have waited a long time for a meeting, and my employers need my transcripts ASAP. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 22, again on the 28th, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson back regarding that same subject matter. What does she say?
Your advisor will contact you directly. The advisement director is handling the situation as we speak. If there are changes, you will be made aware shortly.
21, on the 28th again, Mr. Halderson, back to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. He responds, what?
Okay, thank you.
Email 20, again on the 28th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. Could you read the body of that email?
My meeting was altered. Is there a person I can call? I need answers to my questions ASAP.
Email 19, again on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line of schedule changes. Could you read the body of that email, please?
I will find someone free to call you. Thank you for your patience.
Email 18, we're still on the 28th, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson regarding the schedule changes. What does Ms. Brandt say to Mr. Halderson?
Your phone number is 920-838-4549, correct?
And then just a question, that is in fact Mr. Halderson's cell phone number.
Yes, it is.
Number 17, still on the 28th, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt regarding that exact question. What does he say?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Email 16, 28th still, Alyssa Brandt emails Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Read that email.
Great. I'm still doing my best to find someone free to give you a call, but I'm positive I'll find someone. Thank you for your patience.
Email 15, Mr. Halderson emails Alyssa Brandt. Same day, same subject line. Could you read that one?
Could I please have your phone number so you could help shed light on this situation?
There was no response to that email with a phone number or anything because the next email is on the 1st, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Email 14, June 1st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt regarding those schedule changes. What does that email read?
Good afternoon. I'm checking to see if there's been any progress on the documents I requested. Is there any news? Thank you, Chandler.
13, so cut off a bit here, but this one is June 1st, 2021, from Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. Could you read that response?
Sorry for the late response. I'm running around grabbing everything on my spare time. It's been a hectic day due to recent events. Thanks for your patience, Alyssa.
June 1st, 2021, Alyssa Brandt to Chandler Halderson, same subject line. What does she say here?
I won't be able to access your transcripts or get the certification degree without the key to the records room. I'll let you know when it arrives.
Email 11, June 4th, Mr. Halderson to Ms. Brandt, same subject line. What do we have here?
Could you add me to any open time for next week?
And you added the word open, just for the record. It's spelled wrong, correctly?
I did. In the email, it's spelled O-O-E-N.
Thank you. Email 10, June 4th, 2021, Alyssa Brandt responds to Chandler Halderson in the schedule change email string and says what?
Yeah, no problem. How does Thursday at 11:30 sound?
Email 9, June 4th, Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. He responds perfect.
Correct.
Email 8, we're into a new subject line. So the subject is just scheduling from Chandler Halderson. Would you mind just opening the document to confirm who email 8 was sent to? I know it was cut off here.
So email 8 is sent to Alyssa Brandt64@gmail.com from Chandler. Subject is scheduling. The body is, good morning, my advisor Aaron took today and tomorrow off. Who will I be sent to and at what time?
And we're gonna have the same question for a couple of these. We just tried to fit them in the screen as best we could. Number 7, that's the June 10th, 2021 email responding to scheduling. Who were the parties in that email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Alyssa Brandt.
And could you read the body of that?
Good morning, Chandler. You are not on the list to be picked up today. When was your meeting scheduled for?
Same questions for number 6. Who are the parties of that email sent on June 10th?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
It was for today at 11:30 with Aaron Hoover.
Number 5, same questions. Who were the parties in this June 10th email? It was obviously from Alyssa Brandt. Who was it to?
Chandler Halderson.
And regarding scheduling, what did that read?
Oh, no, I didn't give you a date. You are still you are still all set for your meeting on June 17th, next Thursday. I advise you to keep this meeting because the wait list is well past 50 students.
Question for number 4, June 10th. Who were the parties of that email?
This email is to Alyssa Brandt from Chandler Halderson.
Okay, and read the body if you could.
Is there still the possibility of me picking up the documents I requested, or has Aaron sent my transcripts already?
Number 3, email from Bart Halderson to Alyssa Brandt 64. responding, or it was a forward to schedule changes. The forward that appears in the subject matter indicates that at some point that email was forwarded.
That's correct.
Okay, and what does the email body read?
Alyssa, this is unacceptable. We have been dealing with this issue for well over a year now. It has been costing us money the longer the delays have continued. I'm not sure of the professionalism of the advisors, but it sure seems like they will take off at the drop of a hat, and it messes up the whole schedule. Chandler and I have both rearranged our schedules to meet with an advisor today, and I expect you to find a way to make that happen.
Email 2, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt, subject late. What does that read?
I'm currently heading to the hospital. I will not make my meeting. I remember there is a wait list, but I still will need my meeting rescheduled as soon as possible.
And number 1, June 21st, 2021, from Chandler Halderson to Alyssa Brandt. What does this say?
The subject is contact information. The body is there a phone number I could call for getting a new appointment?
And that was the last email in that grouping?
That's correct.
Okay. A couple of the same questions. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, did it appear to you in reviewing those emails that she was purporting to be a student advisor at Madison College or MATC?
It did.
And did she ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, she did not.
Showing you exhibit number 565 again. When it comes to Alyssa Brandt, who's second in the column there, is the IP address that that account was created at, alyssabrandt64@gmail.com? Is that the Halderson home's IP address?
Yes, it is.
And the birth date used when that account was created, is that Chandler Halderson's birthday?
Yes, it is.
So there was a mention in these emails of someone named Aaron Hoover. You looked into that email account as well?
Yes, we did.
Showing you what's been marked in this case, exhibit number 476. Could you just page through that and make sure you could answer the question of what are you looking at there? What is that document?
Uh, 476 is the Aaron Hoover MATC@gmail.com Google search warrant return, specifically the emails.
I'll move 476 into evidence.
Subject to any
Subject to any prior rulings, no further objection.
It is received.
Sure. And
And it may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Let's start with email 17. I think we're all used to this now, but what is email 17?
Email 17 is from Google in regards to finish setting up your new Google account.
Sure. And this one was on what date was this Google account set up?
May 28th, 2021.
Let's talk about email 16 from Aaron Hoover, MATC@gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. Subject is new schedule. Schedule is spelled wrong, but it's new schedule. Could you read the body of that email for us?
Good morning. My name is Aaron Hoover from Madison College's advisement team. Today we are missing 3 advisors. Following the first come, first served policy, I will be taking some meetings from an absent coworker. My meetings will stay on course until 12:30, and then I will be taking over Ryan's meetings starting at 1. If you were meeting with Ryan today at 10 a.m., you are now at 1 p.m. with me. If you were with me after 12:30 today, you will be with me on Tuesday morning. So my 1 p.m. meeting from today will be moved to 10 a.m. Tuesday morning. If there are questions or scheduling issues, contact me or Alyssa Brandt. My apologies for the inconvenience. Aaron Hoover.
Email 15, May 28th, 2021. If you could, in the binder, again, we're trying to format these to fit the screen. That was from Chandler Halderson. Who's that emailed to?
Email 15 is from Chandler Halderson to Aaron Hoover.
Okay. And same subject line. What does that read?
Unfortunately, I need my meeting to happen today. My employer and insurance need my transcripts and to see proof of my completion of my degree and solar certificate. I have been trying to get a meeting for a very long time, and I very well could lose my job over this. Is there a time you could put me in?
14. Who was that email from and to?
Email 14 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
Okay. And same subject line. Could you read the body of that email for me?
I'm sorry to hear that, but we must follow policy on these difficult days. I will contact your employers for you if that will help out in any way.
Email 13, again, if you could tell us the parties of this email.
Email 13 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. Would you mind reading the body of the email?
Alyssa put me on the waiting list on the #1 slot earlier this week. Does that apply to today if there are any cancellations during the changed scheduling?
Email 12, again, who are the parties of this email?
This email is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
All right. And subject line is the same. Could you read the body for me?
Yes, that will apply. If there is a cancellation of the updated schedule, you will receive an automated call to your cell 920-838-4549 of the time, building, and advisor you will be meeting with. There is no guarantee I will be hosting your meeting unless it is on Tuesday at 11 a.m.
Email 11, May 28th, 2021. Who are the parties to that email?
Email 11 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject line. What does the body read?
I can't tell you how many times I've heard this and never gotten in a meeting. Is there a phone number I can call for a more detailed explanation?
Same day, Mr. Halderson, and that one is to Mr. Hoover.
That's correct.
Okay. Same subject line. If you could read the body for the record.
I need to have a call with whomever is in charge in the next 30 minutes. I've been a student for over 3 years and I will be treated fairly.
Number 9, again on the 28th. Who are the parties to that email?
Email 9 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
All right. And if you could read the body of that email.
I understand. I have forwarded your information to her now with a priority mark. She will be conducting meetings herself today, so her availability is limited.
Email 8 from Mr. Halderson to Mr. Hoover. Now we have a different subject line. This one's status. Could you read the body of that email?
Good morning. I canceled the meeting for today because of work conflict and emailed you a list of questions and documents I need. When do you think I will be able to pick them up? Also, when I do get them, I have a few extra questions. Thank you, Chandler.
Email 7, June 1st, 2021, from Mr. Hoover to Mr. Halderson. The subject line is now in response to. What does the body say?
Good morning, Chandler. I'm sorry you can't make the meeting. I will gather the documents and let you know when I can get your certificate card and degree. In the meantime, I'll electronically send your transcripts and degrees out to the respective employer insurance agency. I will have Alyssa give you a call when everything is complete. Good luck on your meeting, Aaron Hoover.
Number 6, this is on June 1st. Who are the parties to this email?
Email 6 is to Chandler Halderson from Aaron Hoover.
And regarding that same subject matter, could you read the body?
Unfortunately, I don't have your insurance on file. Is there someone specific I can send them to?
Number 5, who are the parties to this email?
Email 5 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter. Would you mind reading the body for the record?
Okay, thank you. You can send the official link to bhalderson@bdo.com so he can forward it to the right people.
Email 4 from Mr. Hoover to Chandler Halderson, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, different subject matter. Now it's absence. What does Mr. Hoover have to say on June 10th?
Dear students, I am taking the rest of the week off due to a family emergency. If possible, my meetings will be reassigned by availability and relevance. If you have any questions, please give our secretary, Alyssa, a call or email. My apologies, Aaron Hoover.
Email 3, the 10th. Could you please tell us the parties to this email?
Email 3 is to Aaron Hoover from Chandler Halderson.
Same subject matter or no? In response to that subject matter, please read the body.
Have I been picked up by a different advisor, and at what time?
Email 2 from Mr. Hoover, matc@gmail.com to Chandler Halderson. New subject line here, meeting time and date. Would you mind reading the body for the court record?
Good afternoon, Chandler. I'm sorry to hear about your recent trip to the ER. I have scheduled you 2 appointments, so if there's a conflict with the first, there's always a second. July 20th at 2:45 p.m. and July 23rd at 10:30 a.m. If neither of these work, let me know as soon as possible. In the meantime, you are holding slot number 22 on the wait list.
And number 1. Number 1 is just a Google email that we've looked at before.
Yes, it is.
So the last email in any of these accounts is the 29th of June, 2021.
That's correct.
A couple of the same questions as before. As it comes to Mr. Aaron.Hoover, matc@gmail.com, he was purporting to be an advisor at Madison College.
Yes, he was.
Did he ever advise any students other than Chandler Halderson?
No, he did not.
And looking at Exhibit 565, the IP address used to create that Gmail account, is that the IP address of the Halderson household?
Yes, it is.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table. Counsel, it's been 90 minutes. Would this be a good point to break, or do you have something very short?
This would be a fine point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning break at this point then. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
Good morning, everyone. My name is James Langer. I'm the digital content manager at channel3000.com. Joining you for day 8 of the Chandler Halderson homicide trial. Apologies at the start of the day. We had some technical difficulties to resolve on our end, so we missed the first couple of minutes from the first person who testified, but that was Detective Blank from the Dane County Sheriff's Office in the part that we weren't able to show while we were trying to get things squared away on our end. They basically went through some of these email accounts that we've been hearing about so far this morning from Detective Sims as well. So they looked at all of these Gmail accounts and found out that several of them were created with the same IP address as the Halderson home Wi-Fi, indicating that that was the computer used to set up those email accounts. On a couple of them, too, the actual date of birth used to create the accounts was Chandler Halderson's birthday. So obviously the prosecution implying there that it was possibly Chandler himself emailing back and forth all these updates from Madison College and that kind of thing, as his father Bart was kind of pushing for more information about his status there and the classes he was taking and that kind of thing. We heard this in their opening statements from the prosecution, that their belief is that Bart was sort of pushing Chandler for updates because, as we saw today in some of these emails from Bart himself, he says this was costing them money. Basically, they were trying to get things like financial aid squared away, insurance, that kind of thing, and all of that requires some sort of proof of being a student and that kind of thing. And so Bart was pushing Chandler to find his transcripts so they could forward those on to the right folks and those applications and that kind of thing. And what we saw with a lot of these emails that were shown was this went on for a year or even more than a year before Bart and Krista Halderson ever disappeared. So obviously this was an ongoing issue in that home, and the prosecution is trying to argue the point that Chandler went to great lengths to avoid being found out that maybe he wasn't actually going to Madison College, and that he was further along there than he had ever indicated. What we saw in these emails too were a lot of inconsistencies that you probably wouldn't expect to come from an official source or somebody working at a higher educational institution. Things like when they were emailing back and forth with a person who claimed to be the human resources person at American Family Insurance, he spelled human resources wrong in the signature of that email, typing human recourses instead. A lot of these emails, if you noticed and look closely, they had issues with capitalization and spacing in the emails. Even one of the people involved, the Alyssa Brandt account, spelled the name different ways in the email address, in the email body, and in the sender line in that email. So just a lot of inconsistencies, and what we also saw due to the records that they were pulled from the Gmail accounts was these accounts were all kind of created on the same day that they started emailing with Chandler Halderson as well. So detectives were able to find that out, pulling the records from Google as well. So the prosecution continuing to kind of lay that foundation of this web of lies, as they said in their openings, that may have slowly been unraveling, and you can kind of see it reach a boiling point with Bart too in some of these emails, saying, you know, this is just flat unacceptable, saying it was costing them money, and basically calling into question the professionalism of the things he was seeing too. So some indications that Bart may have been slowly getting more and more caught on to what may have been happening there as well. So that's what we've heard so far this morning. They're going to take their quick morning break here before getting into the next witness. And something to monitor too is we believe this could be the last day the prosecution calls witnesses to the stand. They appear to be coming to the end of their witness list, and they let the court know yesterday after the jury left that they think they could rest their case as soon as today. So that'll be something to watch out for in this next session here once they get back from the break and beyond the lunch break as well. So whenever that happens, then the defense will have its opportunity to call witnesses to the stand if they wish. And after that, we'll get into closing arguments. So we could be very well nearing the end of this trial, or at least arguments, as soon as today. So that'll be something to keep an eye out for as the prosecution continues to call witnesses to the stand after this break ends. In the meantime, we'll have all these updates over at our website, channel3000.com. Just go to that homepage, click the banner at the top of the page there, and you'll be taken to our page for this trial. Something that we added just recently in the last day or so. If you missed any part of this trial, if you're joining a couple of days late, or you want to go back and revisit some of the other testimony, it's all there for you on that webpage. This link is also in the description for these live streams as well. We embedded all the videos from days 1 through 7 already on that page too, so you can click through and watch every single day of this trial archive there on that page as well. So be sure to look that up if you have any questions about what's happened so far, or if you're trying to remember what somebody else may have testified in the weeks previous to this. So that page is where you want to go for any information on this case. We'll also have updates as they come along on that page as well. In the meantime, we're going to step aside here for the rest of this break. Court should be back in just a few minutes here, and we will be back as soon as the jury re-enters the room. So stay tuned, everybody. Thanks for watching.
have the shot. It's just not showing up on my phone.
What it is about the transcript that you've recorded.
Or any evidence.
Totality of the circumstances analysis.
Hall here with the weather forecast. We have no shortage of new information regarding our upcoming storms today, so I am not going to waste your time here, and we're going to jump right into talking about the weather. All right, here's a big old look at the latest warnings and watches from the National Weather Service. And as you can see, there's only two different colors on the map here. They're both winter related. If you're in the blue, you're under a winter storm watch, and if you're in the purple here, you are under a winter weather advisory. Now, these advisories up here are associated with a clipper that's going to come in through the Pacific Northwest here in the next little bit, and we're going to see some snow in Montana all the way down through Denver and then into the Great Lakes regions from that. But these watches and advisories down here in the south are a little bit more of an anomaly, and they are associated with the main topic of today's video, which is going to be that next upcoming storm. Let's start talking about all that on the weather models. All right, we're going to start off zoomed in over here on the eastern portion of the U.S. looking at the NAM 3-kilometer model. This is going to show us what the radar could look like as we go into the future, and as always, that time and date is going to be constantly above my head there. Around noon today, we're going to see showers and a couple thunderstorms pop up ahead of our cold front here from Kentucky all the way back into Oklahoma and Texas. This is associated with that big blast of cold air that we talked about in the last video. It's going to convect up a pretty good amount of heavy rain for a lot of people in the eastern and southeastern portion of the U.S. The further south you go down here, we could actually be talking about severe weather, which we will hit on that more here in a second. We're going to focus on the snow though, because we love snow around here. Well, you might not, but I do. And here in Kentucky where I live, we might be getting in on some of that snow late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So this is a little bit of a tricky forecast because a lot of times whenever that cold air has to chase the convection that is dependent on the warm air, we end up getting a little bit more rain than what these models usually forecast. However, the precipitation rates can actually be a little bit increased, so sometimes they overperform. But we're definitely going to see some heavy snow breaking out across West Virginia along the I-64 corridor around 4 a.m. And then that snow is going to traverse and break out through the I-95 corridor between DC all the way up to Boston between 8 and 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So I do think that travel is going to be pretty treacherous out there if you're going to be on the roads during that time, because even though we're not talking about a huge amount of snow, it's going to come down fast, and we're going to be talking about a flash freeze. So remember, as this cold front comes in on the front side, everybody's seeing rain, right? But whenever that cold front comes through, we switch over to snow, and a lot of us are dropping like literally 15 degrees in a couple of hours. And all of that rain that falls and any snow, the initial snow that melts on impact, is going to really quickly freeze on the roadways, especially bridges and overpasses and stuff. And that makes me concerned even more than the snow totals about how dangerous the roads are going to be and stuff like that. Certainly going to be slick out there in the morning, even in places a little bit further south where we're not expecting a lot of snow. Look at Nashville there. We're at 46 degrees this evening, but early tomorrow morning when you're on your way to work, it's going to be 26 degrees. So any of that moisture that's compiling is going to freeze, and I'm calling that a flash freeze. So be careful out there tomorrow. And on top of all that, we could see a couple of inches of snow. I wouldn't be surprised at all if DC got 2 or 3 inches. Some places on Long Island, all the way up into Cape Cod, you guys could see a couple of inches. And of course, a lot of Eastern Kentucky and West Virginia is going to see a couple inches. Some of you guys are probably going to get more than 2 or 3, but a broad stroke of 1 to 3, maybe 4 inches is mainly what we're talking about here. All right, as if that wasn't enough, down here a little bit further to the south, we're not talking about sleet, we're not talking about ice, we're not talking about snow, we're talking about severe weather again here on January 19th. The Storm Prediction Center does have that slight risk of severe weather out today with a 15% chance of damaging winds and even a 5% chance or a 2% chance, of tornadoes down there in Texas and Louisiana. Let's watch the timing on that, and as you can see, around 8 p.m., 6 to 8 p.m. this evening, we're going to see some storms pop up down here along that cold front, and they are going to increase in intensity and coverage all the way through 5 or 6 a.m. And so for pretty big storm that could cause some widespread big time impacts from the south all the way back into the southeast. So let's talk about the dynamics behind NAM 12 kilometer here. We're going to put this into motion and quickly show you the precipitation type and the surface. After this one, no, absolutely not. Look at this big trough. This thing right here is going to cause its problems this weekend. Right behind that, we have 2 more pieces of energy that could potentially cause storms. Now, I mentioned the other day in the video that I saw 9 potential storms down the road between now and like early February 3rd or something like that.
Yeah, same. I've lived here all my life.
Yeah, Tarzana?
Yeah.
We're
This is great.
coming in hot.
Coming in hot. Here we come.
Oh wow, yeah.
I said.
I can't. I'm videoing
Coming in
this.
hot. Oh, okay. You should be.
Dude, he's coming this way.
There's two coming. There's two coming.
state could call its next witness, please.
The state calls Lori Snap.
Good morning. If you feel you can comfortably and safely testify without a mask, that would be our preference at this time.
Sure.
Thank you. And then I would ask if you would stand and my clerk will administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name for the record and spell both?
Lori Snap, Lorisnapp.
How are you employed, Ms. Snap?
I work for American Family Insurance.
And what is your title?
Employee Relations Manager.
And sometime this summer or into the fall, were you contacted by Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes, I was.
And in particular, did they ask you to research whether or not Chandler Halderson was ever employed by American Family?
Yes, they did.
And what did you find out?
I found no record of that person working for American Family.
What about as one of their contractors? Did you research that?
I did as well, and we found no record of that person working as a contractor.
Did they also have you research whether or not Tom Selznick was ever an employee of American Family?
Yes, they did.
And was he ever an employee or a contract employee?
No.
Do any of your employees, as their official email, have a Proton Mail account?
No.
What is like the tag or the ending of the emails from American Family Insurance?
At amfam.com.
And how are your employees paid? Weekly, monthly, every 6 months, something else?
Bi-weekly.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're released from your subpoena. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll recall Brian Shunk to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Detective. I know you've testified a couple times. Some things make more sense, obviously, at certain times. Yesterday, were you here when the footwear analyst testified as to shoe prints found on the two tarps, the one that was found in the garbage can near the torso and the one that was found in the barn? Were you here for that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you, like the rest of us, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe heard the testimony that a shoe print consistent with shoes found in the Halderson home was found on the tarp that was found in the garbage can, item C.
Correct.
Okay. Those shoes that were entered into evidence and that the shoe print analyst said matched the print found on that tarp, do you recall what size they were?
Size 10.5.
And if we all think back to maybe 2 weeks ago now when we watched that long interview of you interviewing Mr. Halderson, you were involved with Mr. Halderson personally in his arrest and booking into jail, correct?
Yes.
What size shoes was he wearing when he was booked into jail?
He was also wearing a 10.5.
Okay. Now, the other tarp, the barn tarp, as we've been calling it, that was in that big brown bag, we're not going to drag it out for right now, but you've seen photographs of that tarp laid out and spread out during the analysis in this case?
Yes.
And I think I've asked others, but I'll ask you, does that tarp appear to be older or newer than the tarp that's found in the garbage can?
It definitely appeared older.
And what makes you say that? Like, how would you describe it?
It was well used. I had, from what I had seen, appeared to be sawdust all over it, just dust in general.
Sure. And yesterday we heard the shoe print analyst testify as to a pair of I think, Ralph Lauren shoes that they thought there was a print on.
Yes.
In the search of the Halderson home, were any similar shoes found that match that?
There was not.
And if they were, would you have sent them out to the crime lab?
Of course.
In the course of this investigation, have you ever found those shoes?
No.
Do you have any idea whose shoes they are?
No.
Okay. Do you have any idea how old that tarp is?
I do not. I know there was pictures that we had found on Krista Halderson's phone that included Bart working and building a table on it, so I know that it was not new.
Okay. And unlike the tarp in the garbage can, did that appear to be new?
It did.
And is it your suspicion that that is in fact the tarp that we saw Mr. Halderson purchase on July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibits number 576 and 577. Briefly, could you identify those?
Yes, these were photos taken off of Krista Halderson's phone of Bart working on a tarp in the garage at the Oak Springs address.
Doing some sort of building project?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 576 and 577 into evidence.
Okay, no objection.
They are received.
Nice to publish just briefly on the
They may be.
Omo. Looking at 576, is this the tarp that we're talking about?
Yes, it is.
And 577, another tarp, another photo of that tarp?
Correct.
Okay. And to you, does that appear to be the barn tarp?
It does appear to be the barn tarp.
And Mr. Halderson's not wearing those Ralph Lauren shoes here?
No, it appears he's wearing Asics.
Okay. We just heard a good deal of testimony from Detective Sims, kind of reading some of those emails. Did it become important in this investigation to look into whether Mr. Chandler Halderson was going to Madison College or MATC for school?
Yes.
He was purporting to have gone there, telling people he was going there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you, in fact, at some point, did the Dane County Sheriff's Department subpoena records from Madison College to try to determine when he was going there or if he was going there?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Showing what's been marked as exhibit number 503. Just in general, what is that?
Looks like a certificate of authenticity from Madison College or MATC.
And is that notarized on the last page?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know we all heard the judge read the stipulation, but I'll move 503 in evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
504 and 505, what are we looking at there?
504 is going to be the Madison College unofficial transcripts of Chandler Halderson. 505 is also from Madison Area Technical College or Madison College. It's an enrollment verification for Chandler Halderson.
And this is an enrollment verification that was requested by the police this fall in preparation for this trial?
Correct, August 9th of 2021.
Okay, I'll move 504 and 505 into evidence.
No objection.
They are received.
Move to publish.
They may be published.
Starting with the transcripts, we'll zoom in just a bit. So we're looking at exhibit number 504. But spring of 2018 shows Mr. Halderson was in fact enrolled at MATC, correct?
It's on there, yes.
All right. I took a couple classes, leadership as an art, trigonometry, university physics, and some sort of solar technology class, and actually completed some classes in the spring of 18. Fair?
Yes.
All right. Summer of 2018, he enrolled for a few classes, general chemistry, basic statistics, and another solar class, and completed some classes there, summer of 18.
Yes, completed some, and it looks like withdrew from another.
Withdrew from the statistics class.
Correct.
Okay. Moving to the fall of 2018. There, Mr. Halderson, intro to sustainable design, again taking basic statistics, intro to renewable energy, and he completed the design class, got an A, failed the statistics class, and into the renewable energy class. Looks like he withdrew. Is that fair?
Yes.
Right. Going into 2019, spring of 2019, took a couple classes, environmental science, project management, weather and climate, and electronics class. And looks like there was a C in the project management class, but the rest he withdrew from?
Correct.
Okay. We see some additional classes now in the fall of 2019. This is on the second page. It looks like Microsoft Word, a couple levels of that, written communication, exploration of something in technology, Cisco networking, IT security awareness, enterprise client, psychology of human relations. In all of these classes, he withdrew from half or a little less than half and failed the remainder, correct?
Correct. The WNA withdrew with no attempt, meaning that the class was withdrawn sometime, I think it's the first 10 days of the course.
Okay. And then going into fall of 2020, see some Microsoft Word classes, networking classes, psychology, mostly withdrawn with a couple Fs there, correct?
Correct.
And that fall of 2020 didn't complete any credits, but that was the last time that he was enrolled at MATC?
Yes.
So after the fall of 2020, he was not a student there any longer, from what you're able to glean from all these documents?
Correct. I believe the end of that semester was January 18th or so of 21.
Sure. And if we look back in 19 and 20, he doesn't earn any credits, either withdraws or fails from all of those classes?
Correct.
All right. And so we'd have to go back to the spring of 19 when he got a C in something called project management to find the last class where any credits were earned?
That's what I'm seeing.
Okay. And then just to maybe a more easy way to view it, they sent you something called an enrollment verification. We'll zoom out just a tad so everyone can see that. But that shows that he was enrolled 3/4 in the spring of 18, half-time in the summer, half-time in the fall of 18, going into 19 in the spring, less than half, the fall, 3/4, and the fall, half-time.
Correct.
Did you ever find any information in this case to indicate that Mr. Halderson was attending classes or going to classes at MATC going into the spring of 2021 or into the summer of 2021?
They did not have any records of that.
Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about a couple of documents that are already in evidence. This morning, Detective Blank testified about this small burner phone, and let me pull it out. It's not something we have to wear gloves for, but this was a burner phone I think Mr. Selzner testified was found in Chandler Halderson's desk.
Correct, the Alcatel flip phone.
Okay. And he produced a report when he tried to download what he could download there, indicating a cell phone number for that phone.
Correct.
And what was that cell phone number?
608-598-7868.
Okay. And earlier in the trial, a couple weeks ago, we passed around this document to the jury. Was, I believe, testified in this case to be a paper found on the desk of Bart Halderson with some written notes on it, giving a phone number for someone Bart Halderson spoke to at MATC. Who was the person he believes he spoke to?
Correct. This is an email that Bart Halderson had saying that he had spoken with Daniel Spieth. At the bottom of, in part of the body of that, he does say that Daniel sounds just like Chaz, who we know is what the family called Chandler, on the phone. The bottom of this email says Daniel's contact information is cell 608-598-7868, which is the same phone number I just read, which is registered to the flip phone.
So the burner phone found in the desk is the same as the email that the jury looked at with that phone number?
Correct.
Okay. There's a name written on this document encircled. Can you tell us what that name is?
Omar Job.
Okay. And that became a point of interest for the police in this investigation?
It did.
Okay. I don't think we need to hear. Correct. For the most part. Many people sometimes can look at them, but you do look at some of these downloads.
Yes.
Okay. Was Bart Halderson's cell phone one of these cell phones that was able to be accessed in this case?
Yes, we did access that phone.
And I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit number 497. Just in general, do you know what this to be?
A USB.
Containing the download of Bart's phone?
Correct.
Okay. As we've talked about, those downloads aren't something that you can really look at very easily, so reports are printed off with some of the data that's in those phones?
Correct.
And was a report printed off with Bart Halderson's messages and call logs and things of that sort that were relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 498. Could you tell me what that is?
Yes, the title page says that it's the contents are Bart Halderson Celebrate Instant Message Report.
Okay. And that's a report of essentially some of the activity on the phone, including some of the outgoing calls and text messages and things of that sort?
Correct.
All right. Specifically, I want to draw your attention to page 16 of this report from Bart Halderson's cell phone. Does it indicate on June 29th, 2021, about 2 in the afternoon, did he make a phone call?
Yes, it shows 2:04 p.m. that Bart had made a phone call to 608-246-6210, and the phone call lasted 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And so you're the detective in this case. Did you call that number and figure out what that number was?
Yes, that phone number is Madison College.
I'll move 498 evidence at this point, 497 as well.
Any objection?
May we approach?
Yes. Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table.
Thank you.
Yeah, Attorney Brown.
State calls.
No further
Kate, welcome
questions.
to the stand.
Cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. You can return back to the table.
Thank you.
Yeah, Attorney Brown.
State calls. Kate, welcome to the stand.
Good morning. I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly that you testify without a mask as long as you're comfortable with doing that under these circumstances.
I will do so.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
I would
Could you
ask
please
if you believe
state
you
both
can
your
do so
first and last
safely
name and spell
responsibly
both
that
for
you
the
testify
record?
without a
Sure.
mask.
My name is Kate Jocumsen, Kate, K-A-T-E, and last name Jocumsen, J-O-C-H-I-M-S-E-N.
How are you employed?
I work for Madison College,
And specifically, what is your title?
the Director of Employee Relations.
And during the course of this investigation, were you and other employees at Madison College or MATC contacted by the Dane County Sheriff's Office in connection to this case?
Yes.
And were you asked specifically if 3 individuals ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
Yes.
Was one of those individuals Aaron Hoover?
Yes.
And were you able to look in a database or some historic information to see if Aaron Hoover had ever worked for Madison College or MATC?
I was able to look.
And was Aaron Hoover ever an employee?
No.
Were you able to repeat the same process with Alyssa Brandt?
Yes.
And you did that, in fact, with 2 different spellings, B-R-A-N-T and B-R-A-N-D-T.
That's correct.
And was she ever an employee for MATC or Madison College?
No.
What about Daniel Spieth?
No.
Was he ever an employee for Madison College or MATC?
No.
Can I ask you, what is the end part of every employee's email who works for Madison College?
MadisonCollege.edu.
No one uses a Gmail account as their official Madison College email?
No.
No further questions?
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be released and excused.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day. I'm glad I found it. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with another witness, I have to read to you another agreed fact, something that the parties have stipulated to that you must accept as proven. Specifically, in this case, the district attorney and the defendant's attorneys have stipulated to the following facts. Chandler Halderson has never been employed by SpaceX or sought a job at that company. Please proceed.
This time the state calls Stephen Fair.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you believe you can testify safely and responsibly without a mask, that would be the preference if you can. If you're not comfortable doing that, let me know.
I can remove my mask.
All right, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Stephen Farr, F-A-R-R-E-R.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for BDO
And
USA.
What is BDO USA?
It's an accounting firm that provides tax, audit, and advisory services.
What is your role at BDO?
I am an enterprise support supervisor.
Tell me about that job. What is that job?
So our team, I have a team of 13 individuals, and we are responsible for the firm's large enterprise-wide applications like email, instant message, those kind of things.
Sure. How big of a company is BDO?
We roughly have about 12,000 employees and partners, and yeah.
Where are you based out of?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Was one of your employees at BDO, I imagine you've learned eventually, but was one of your employees a guy by the name of Bart Halderson?
Yes, that's correct.
And you became involved in Bart Halderson's email and calendar and things of that sort at the request of some sheriff's deputies from here in Dane County?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Bart before this?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Tell me about, just briefly, the computers that employees of BDO have at home when they work from home.
Yep, so the firm kind of supplies a laptop computer. Most of them are the same, and they're given to all of the employees.
Sure. And were people working from home more frequently than usual since the pandemic?
Yes, that's correct.
Including in July of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And Bart Halderson was one of those employees?
Yes.
Okay. The computer that Bart Halderson had at home, did it have any not ordinary security measures to it, like a retina scanner or a fingerprint scanner?
No, it did not.
Okay. In general, it was just a computer that if you could log into with a username and password?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the course of this case, you learned that Bart Halderson had died, and you were asked by some police to essentially freeze any of his accounts.
Yes.
And at some point, police and myself and others have asked you questions. And one of those questions has been, when was the last email sent by Mr. Bart Halderson?
Objection to leading questions.
That's fine. Did I ask you a question regarding the last email regarding Mr. Bart Halderson sending from his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provide that email to police?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing it's been marked in this case exhibit number 486. And just briefly, what is the first page of this?
It is an email that was sent from myself to Brian Shunk.
Okay. And what did you indicate you were doing in this email?
I was attaching some screenshots from Bart's last emails that were sent from his mailbox.
Okay. And we'll go to the second page of 486. Is that the email that you sent?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'll move 486 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
This email, did it have any significance other than it was the last email sent from Bart Halderson's account?
Not that I was aware of.
Okay. And just what is the date and time of that email being sent?
3:07 p.m. Eastern at July 1st, 2021.
3:07 Eastern?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed Mr. Halderson's email account a couple times now in the course of this case?
Yes, I have.
And was that, in fact, the last email that he sent?
Yes.
So 2:07 Central?
Yes.
Showing you what's the third page of that exhibit, which is exhibit number 486. What am I looking at there?
It's his calendar, work calendar.
Sure. And what's the time range for that calendar?
June 27th through July 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And was this from Mr. Halderson's account that you locked up
Yes.
for video? Move to publish 486.
You may.
So just looking at that second page, there's no significance perhaps to the email, but what you were referencing was the time and date that it was sent? And that
Correct.
All right. And as to the calendar, does this appear to be an Outlook calendar maintained by people at BDO?
Yes.
And so, is there any significance to the different colors that people use on their calendar?
No. Yeah, it's customizable.
Got it. And so, if we look right here, Thursday the 1st, and scheduled here just around 3 o'clock, and I'll have you read it because it's a little bit hard to see. But on Mr. Halderson's calendar on July 1st, around 3, what does that say?
Krista doctor appointment.
Sorry, you're looking at the 30th. Look at the 1st.
Chaz, MATC.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Farr. How are you?
Good.
So a couple questions for you. The state mentioned something about Mr. Halderson's, Bart's laptop. And that is a work-issued laptop, correct?
Correct.
So you're pretty familiar with that laptop and how it's used?
Yes.
The state mentioned something about no fancy equipment, if you will, to log into that computer. Is that correct?
Correct.
Not only did you provide the emails shown, but you provided different information to the deputy sheriff that you spoke to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe the contact person was actually Detective Shock.
I believe so, yes.
So along with emails, and that calendar invite or that calendar. You also provided information on Mr. Halderson's login, correct?
Yes.
And with the login information, that's something that's generated. It's not something that Bart himself put in a spreadsheet. It's something that's generated through some kind of computer program that you use.
Correct.
Now, with that spreadsheet that you provided about the logins, could you give us a little more information on what exactly was provided in that spreadsheet?
Do you have a copy of that spreadsheet? Because I know I sent a couple, and I want to make sure
yes.
I speak
So
clearly.
actually, give me a second to get that ready for you. Handing you been marked as exhibit 1000 and 1101. So go ahead and peruse through that, familiarize yourself with that. All right, and what is it a copy of, or what is that a copy of?
It's a copy of a couple of emails I had sent to Richard Bennett about some of the login information for Bart Halderson's computer.
And Richard Bennett, was that someone from the Deputy Sheriff's Department?
Correct.
Perfect. And does that look like a true and accurate copy of the email and the spreadsheet that you provided?
Yes.
Move it into evidence.
Any objection?
No. No.
It is received.
All right, so I'll leave that there for you if you need to refresh your recollection for that. But I believe my question was, what exactly was it that you provided with that spreadsheet?
So the spreadsheet had a record of when the laptop was locked or unlocked.
And for it to be locked or unlocked, was some kind of password required?
A password is used to unlock the computer.
And that password, is it one where you only have a certain number of entries to try before it locks you out and you have to call someone from IT?
Yes.
Do you know how many logs or how many attempts you have?
I do not offhand.
Okay. Was there any other kind of login that a password was required?
There are several applications that we have that you could use a password to log into.
And could you briefly tell us some of those, if they're included in that spreadsheet?
They are not included in the spreadsheet, no. This is strictly just the computer.
Okay, so what else does that spreadsheet have? Does it have anything else about any kind of last login that Mr. Halderson would have had?
No, it just has the login, log off, and computer restarts and shutdowns.
And is it something that you would require your employees to shut down their computer regularly?
We do advise our employees to shut down regularly.
Okay, and based on that spreadsheet, when is the last login for Mr. Halderson, or log out, excuse me?
The last log out would have been July 1st at 8:07 Eastern.
8:07 Eastern time.
8:07 p.m. Eastern.
And that would have required some kind of passcode.
That is the log off, so there's no passcode when you log off.
You just turn off the computer.
Well, your computer will either turn off automatically if you don't do anything for 20 minutes, or you can manually log off your computer.
Okay. So then that would mean that at some point, at least the computer was active roughly a little before 8:07 Eastern time.
It would either have to be active, or if you had a video playing at the same time, that would keep your computer from becoming locked automatically.
Does that spreadsheet also tell you when was the last login that would have required some kind of password?
Yes.
And when was that?
(5:13 p.m. Eastern on July 1st.
So from 5:13 Eastern to roughly about 8:07 Eastern, the computer was active the whole time.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. And I'll take that back from you.
If you wouldn't mind, you could keep it for a second.
Redirect.
Sure. So 5:13 Eastern, meaning 4:13 Central, was the last verifiable time that that computer was logged into?
Correct.
And we've had discussions about this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any way that you can tell who logged into the computer at 4:13 p.m.?
No.
Are you able to tell at all what was being done on that computer at 4:13?
Not with these logs, no.
Sure. And have you had conversations with law enforcement regarding trying to figure out what was going on that computer?
Yes.
And are you able to tell?
Not concretely, no.
So the last verifiable time that you're able to determine someone manually was doing something on that computer is that login time at just after 4.
Correct.
Okay. And you said things could be keeping the computer active. What types of things keep the computer active for long periods of time?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. You can answer.
So if you were doing a training and it had a video component to it, that would keep your computer from being locked out. If you're watching YouTube and you had a video open, that would keep your computer from being locked out.
But in terms of verifiable information on the computer, we talked about the last email that was sent. No email was sent when that computer was logged back into at 4 o'clock?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll ask it, perhaps I already have, and I hate to be redundant, but just want to make sure I'm clear. Are you able to determine, based on any of your programs that you have access to or the data you've looked at, whether anything other than logging into the computer was done after 4 o'clock? Or that time at 4 o'clock?
We weren't able to, no.
Okay. In terms of passwords, is this just the normal thing you look at when you unlock your computer? You have your username and you enter a password?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who had Mr. Halderson's passwords?
I don't know.
In the course of this investigation, have I and police provided information to you that Mr. Halderson was a bit perhaps loose with his passwords?
Yes.
In fact, I've showed you documents in this case. I'll show you what's been admitted into evidence is 203. You've seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And what does that appear to be?
A list of username and passwords.
And most of these usernames, you're able to tell from the initials and the name of the user who appears to be the user.
Bart.
Okay. So if Bart Halderson's password, for instance, was on a document, I'm not saying this document, but a password document or a Post-it note sitting next to the computer, you would have no way of knowing who logged onto that computer at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay, so if someone wanted to log on, throw on a YouTube playlist of music and listen to music on that computer, you wouldn't know who was on there.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to tell what Bart Halderson's password was from your data?
No.
And I asked you to try, didn't I?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Any recross?
Yes. That spreadsheet that the state just showed you, were you able to determine what the password and the username were from that spreadsheet that they provided?
We tried a few of those passwords and we were not able to succeed.
And you also mentioned that there was how many logins that you were able to try before it booted you out or kicked you out?
I don't know off the top of my head.
But there was a limit.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
May this witness be excused
He may.
and released.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll grab the spreadsheet.
And
Thank
then
you.
perhaps Ms. Doro and I should approach real quick to talk about that issue we had brought up a second ago. The state calls Omar Job. Good morning, Mr. Job. I'm going to go with that gentleman right there.
Good morning, sir. If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference, if you're comfortable doing that.
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead and remove the mask, and then if you want to angle the microphone so that it's directly in front of you, that will also help, because the blowers have turned on and they create a level of background noise.
Okay.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Sure. Good morning, sir. Would you mind telling us your name and spelling it out for the jury?
My name is Omar Job, O-M-A-R-J-O-B-E.
And sir, what do you do for a living?
I work as an enrollment coordinator at Madison College.
And tell me a little bit about that job. What do you do in that job?
We are customer service that, like one-stop shop that help different departments. We support different departments like financial aid, enrollment, records, admissions, and triage order calls in different parts of different departments within the college.
When people call, just give us a sample of last time you worked. What kind of calls are you getting?
We got calls about admissions. We walk them through how to get admitted and enrolled in classes, mostly financial aid, like I said, records, obtaining their transcripts. Those are the kind of calls that we manage daily.
And how long have you been doing this work?
Altogether, 8 years.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Started as a student and transitioned in different positions.
When you do you get a lot of calls?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember all of them?
No.
Or sometimes they recorded?
Recently, we started recording them I'd say 2 years ago.
Okay. Last year, you were contacted by the police at some point regarding one of these calls you had?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police?
Yes.
Did they ask you about a call that you maybe had with someone about Chandler Halderson in June of 2021?
Yes.
In fact, the very end of June 29th, I believe?
I remember the date, but
okay.
Yes.
All right. And was that call recorded?
Yes.
Okay. You've listened. Have you listened to that call?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you just there's a number on the bottom. It's 496. It's a kind of an oddly designed transcript, but just even reading the first little bit of that, does that appear to be the call that you had with this person regarding someone named Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
All right. I'll take that back from you. I will move 496 into evidence, and I'll represent for the record 495 to be the call and move the call into evidence as well.
Any other objections?
No further objection, thank you.
It is received.
I think I asked you, but we played the call for you and you listened to it at one point?
Yes.
Do you have any independent memory of this call at all?
No.
Right. Do you know Chandler Halderson?
No.
Do you know anyone named Bart Halderson?
No.
When you listened to the call, were you able to tell, though, that it was you on the phone?
Yes.
All right. So if we could have HDMI left, I'll plug my computer in.
Folks, it's been a little while since we've had just an audio recording. I'll remind you of the instruction that what you hear is the evidence. If you don't believe the transcript that's shown on the screen matches what you're hearing, you should go with what you're hearing. The transcript is provided for your convenience. Go ahead.
Sure. All right, we're going to listen to a call. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're queued up.
Convenience. Go ahead.
Sure. All right, we're going to listen to a call. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're queued up appropriately and the volume is on.
This should appear on the screen in front of you, sir. Mr. Job, the computer monitor should carry whatever's on the big screen so you don't have to look
in that
And
direction.
the call's about 17 minutes long, so I apologize, Mr. Job. You're going to sit there for a second, but if you need a glass of water, there's one right there, and I'll just begin playing at the beginning. Can you make sure the volume's up on your end?
Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of a transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification.
Okay.
How do I get that done?
Okay, for the degree, you have to download the duplicate diploma form and send it in with a check or a money order of $4 for the diploma. We mail that to you. For the transcript, you have to go online and request it.
Yeah, I tried requesting them online and we never got them. And I've spent I don't know how many times doing that and at $8 a piece, so I'm not willing to do that again.
Why is that letting you request your transcript?
It's not my system, it's your system, so don't ask me questions like that.
Sure. I'll pause it at 108.
Thank you.
May we approach?
Sure.
Hi. I'm trying to get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to maybe just get a copy of a transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification.
Okay.
How do I get that done?
Okay, for the degree, you have to
Sounds like the issue's not resolving, so we'll probably need to take a small break.
All right. Do you, it's slightly early for lunch, but at the same time, I don't know if you think it will.
I think it might take 10 minutes.
Our tech person
At the
is
same
on.
time, I don't know if you think it will. Okay.
I think it might
All
take
right.
10 minutes.
Folks,
Our
do you
tech
want
person
to
is
just
on
relax
his way
here, or would you like Okay. to go back to the jury All room right. and come Folks, back? do you want to just I'm relax fine if here, or you're would you like to go back to the jury room and come back? I'm fine if you're okay just being here.
Unfortunately, I'll note we may need to be using the screen, so if that matters for your decision on where everyone stays.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. And sometimes we wing it. I'm going to ask Randy to take you back to the jury room. He'll inform you whether we're taking an early lunch or not. I'm not going to bring you back here if we have to make that decision. I'll just tell you now, if I don't see you before the lunch break, do follow the requirements that you followed every day in not discussing the case with yourselves or even discussing the frustration about technology. That's tempting. And do avoid overhearing or researching or finding out or seeking any information about the case. If we're able to get this fixed quickly, we'll get you back in here. Otherwise, Randy will let you know if it's the lunch break. Certainly, we'll do our best. Go ahead.
All rise for the jury.
Well, good morning, everybody. This is James Langer, the digital content manager of channel3000.com. As you just saw there, another kind of wrestle with technology today. They're having some issue playing the recording of a phone call to Madison College. This is the call, if you remember in the opening statements, the prosecution said that Bart actually called Madison College himself, posing as Chandler, to try to resolve some of these issues that they had been having, or he had been trying to push Chandler on to resolve. So it grew to a point where he actually called the college himself, asking about some of the things that they had been talking about. He'd been emailing about with people that Chandler purported to be from Madison College. Of course, if you were listening earlier this morning, you heard some testimony from folks at Madison College who said that none of the people referenced in the emails actually existed. None of them actually worked there. Furthermore, they had somebody from American Family Insurance, where Chandler Halderson claimed to work, say that he never worked there, not even as a contract employee. And at the same time, the person named Tom that Chandler had given an email claiming to be a human resources person at American Family Insurance, that person also never existed and was generated with a fake email address as well. So a lot of this morning's testimony has kind of been built around unraveling that web of lies, as the prosecution had called it in their openings, about Chandler's history, both at Madison College and his employment history, and kind of building that background of this is all kind of coming to a head in late June, early July, when the prosecutors believed Chandler had killed his parents. This morning, if you just joined us a little bit later or maybe missed it a little bit earlier this morning, we also saw a lot of copies of those emails, because what investigators did is they subpoenaed all the emails from Gmail on all of these Gmail accounts, and they were actually able to see when these accounts were created too, and where they were created from. And many of the accounts were actually created with the same IP address as the Halderson's home Wi-Fi address. So that's how they were able to trace that back to Chandler. Chandler also allegedly used his own birthday to set up a lot of these accounts too. So investigators also were able to tie that back to him as well. And through the looking through the emails, they were also able to see that a lot of these accounts were created on the same day that they started emailing Chandler about his supposed status at the college. So a lot to kind of dig through in terms of that email stuff, but the long and short of it is the summary basically would be that investigators believe that they found that Chandler himself was the one sending these emails back and forth, and that he was forwarding these emails onto his father, sort of as proof that he was doing something about his status there. We also heard this morning from officials or the investigators who pulled Chandler's records from Madison College, and it showed that he did actually attend there at some points. He had enrolled in the spring of 2018, had a few classes there that he finished in summer 2018. He was also enrolled in 3 classes. He finished 2 of those. By fall, though, things kind of start to fall off. In fall 2018, he was enrolled in 3 classes, but only completed 1. In spring of 2019, he enrolled in 4 classes, only finished 1, withdrew from 3. By fall of 2019, he enrolled in 8 classes. He failed 5 of them, withdrew from the 3 others, and then fall 2020, he enrolled in 7 classes, failed 2, and withdrew from the other 5. And as the investigators said, they were able to verify with Madison College that Chandler was not a student at all in the spring of 2021 or summer of 2021 when he was supposedly emailing back and forth with these officials and trying to prove to his dad that he was still going to school. So through the investigation, they were able to discern that that also was an area where Chandler may have been misleading his parents. And in the look at all these emails, too, we kind of started to see a sense of frustration build from Bart, because he's emailing with these people, too, kind of pressing Chandler for answers, and things kind of boiled over into one email where he basically sent an email to one of the Gmail addresses that Chandler allegedly created, saying that this is all unacceptable. We've been dealing with this for more than a year. It's costing us a lot of money the longer this is delayed, because the reason they were kind of digging in for proof of transcripts and things like that is because they needed it for financial aid packages to prove that you were actually a full-time student. And again, Madison College's records showed that Chandler was never a full-time student. Even when he was taking classes, it was only part-time. And also for insurance reasons, that they needed to prove that Chandler was a student and could be covered in insurance that way. So this is kind of where the issue comes to a head, where Bart basically told who he thought was a member of Madison College, this is costing us a lot of money, and this is why we need to get this resolved quickly, and we've been dealing with this for more than a year. So that's kind of where we saw a lot of this testimony go this morning, sort of pointed at that aspect of Chandler's story, and again, possibly getting into a reason why prosecutors think that Chandler may have allegedly killed his parents. So as we sit here and we try to figure out this technical issue, you heard the judge say if they can't figure it out, they might just go to lunch. So we'll step away here and get a read of what's going on there and provide you updates along the way. A reminder, as always, as we're in the break, you can just go to channel3000.com for more updates on this case as well. So we will sign off here, and we'll check back in a little bit when we figure out what the plan is for the rest of the afternoon. Stay tuned, everyone.
You get an appointment scheduled to meet with somebody to mainly just get a copy of a transcript and also a printed copy of a certificate that was earned and other degree verification.
Okay.
How do I get that done?
Okay, for the degree, you have to download the duplicate diploma form and send it in with a check or a money order of $4 for the diploma to be mailed back to you. For the transcript, you have to go online and request it.
Yeah, I tried requesting them online and we never got them. and I've spent I don't know how many times doing that at $8 a piece, so I'm not willing to do that again.
Why is not letting you request your transcript? What is it?
It's not my system, it's your system, so don't ask me questions like that.
Okay, but I need to establish the problem first before I can know how to walk you through to get it. Are you by your computer so I can walk you through on how to get it?
I've gone through the process before. I've worked with, I tried to work with Daniel Spike to see if he can get through the information. I don't know if he's with you guys anymore, but it just seems like the ball keeps getting dropped.
Okay, I mean it's pretty easy to request a transcript.
That's what I thought too, and
you just go to the
it
website.
hasn't come through.
It doesn't come through they don't send it? Do you request it? Okay. So we have a third party that processes it. It's called Credentials. Did you talk to Credentials?
No.
Hello?
Oh, yeah.
I said, did you talk to Did you talk?
No, I said no. No.
Okay. So we have a third party. Hold on, let me look at your account first, okay? What is your ID number or social? So I can access your account.
No, I don't have that.
Okay, what's your first name?
Chandler, Chandler. Last name is Hald, D as in David, Erson.
You said last name is Han?
Hal as in Larry, Derson.
Okay, what's your address and your date of birth?
4595 Oak Springs Circle, DeForest, Wisconsin, 53532. Date of birth is March 15th, 1998.
Okay, so it looks like you owe a balance. You owe a balance of $2,349. So that's why you can't request it. Hello?
Yeah. Can I schedule a time to actually come in there and pay all that and resolve everything at one time?
With the payment, yeah, the payment center is open, yes. You can come in. Somebody will be there. You can make the payment. You can pay online too. They can lift the hold. You can talk to the financials. They will lift the hold, and then you can request a transfer.
How long can they do an unofficial transcript?
Yes, if you have to pay the balance though. You have to pay the balance first. Then you can obtain whatever you want to obtain.
Okay. Now, how long does it take to do an unofficial transcript from you guys?
Right away. You can download it. It's a PDF that you can download right away.
Is there a person there, an office I can go to and have them do it?
Yeah, someone can walk you through. They can show you how to obtain it. And the same as, if you call, we can walk you through to download your unofficial transcript. But like I said, the balance have to be taken care of first.
Yes, I understand that part. So, do I need an appointment, or is it a place you can just go at your Truex field to get that?
You can go to the front desk. at the Truax campus. You can go to the main campus. We open Monday through Friday now. So you can walk there, and then someone can help you, like, process the payment, call Stern Financial to lift the hold, and then you can view or download your own official transcript.
You said after the payment, you said to lift the hold, you said call who?
It's a process. So once you make the payment, they can lift the hold right in there. Like, you can tell them, you want to request your transcript, so they will lift the hold right away.
So you said I had to call somebody.
No,
or can they do it if I stop in there?
Yeah, when you stop in, they will do it for you.
Okay. Now, if we've earned a certificate, say in that solar program,
you said
where does that get requested to?
If you earned a certificate?
Yeah.
I don't see that you earned a certificate. There were no, like, you were taking,
okay.
You were taking IT classes, right? I don't see that you were in a program.
Well, prior to the IT, there was a solar program too.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were Chandler Halderson. And your date of birth is March 15, 98?
98.
Okay.
Now, there was an old account that got changed to this new one, so would it be under the old account that didn't get, or did all that get transferred over?
It should, if they match the accounts. What was your, do you have your old account info? Like your,
it used to be Halderson C at Madison College.
Yeah, normally if they merge it, they'll bring everything together. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so the name that was on that account, what was the name of that was on that account?
Well, it's the same name, Chandler Halderson, or do you see it's Halderson C at Madison College at edu.
Yeah, that's your username. That's C Halderson at Madison College edu.
No, that's the new one, and the old one said Halderson and then C at. Can you tell if those two were combined or not?
Halderson and C. No, I don't see a request for duplicate account. Normally, when I type your name, it should bring. Let me do it in reverse, okay? If it's Halderson C, then your first name would have been and your first name is Chandler, Chandler.
HAL, L is in Larry, HALDER.
No. So when I look you up by name, if it has a duplicate account, it bring all the names that are under that account.
Now, if they canceled one, would that show up anymore, or once they cancel it, would it be like expunged, kind of?
It will show up and then it will say deactivate. If you go to, we have a system that will say that a duplicate account was processed. Because the account I'm looking at, there was no.
How far back does that account go that you're looking at? Like when was the first class taken?
Okay, I can. Spring of 2018. Spring of 2018.
Oh, okay. So that does have all the history then.
Yeah, but I don't see that you were admitted.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
So I don't see that you were admitted in any program.
You said they were, it's the IT degree is in there, right?
No, those are just classes. Like you took general education classes and then the IT classes. You might have just took the classes but not be in the program. You have the solar. You took a solar class, physics, trigonometry, leadership and art, general chemistry. Yep, you took some solar classes, like I said. Yep, you took solar classes, but you were not in the program.
Okay. Does the internship from the spring show up in there?
Entrance from the spring of what year? I can go back.
Oh, this year, 2021. Winter. Yeah, you do spring.
No.
Do those normally show up in there?
Yes, if the internship is part of the curriculum, yes.
Okay. Do you have an Alyssa Brandt that works in that area or anywhere in the campus?
What is the last name?
B-R-A-N, I think it's T or D-T.
You said the first name is Alyssa?
Alyssa? Yeah, A-L-Y-S-S-A.
No. All the branch. There's no Alyssa with all the last names that I put.
And does that check non-teachers and everything? It would be anybody on campus that works there?
It will be anybody on campus. The directory will have anybody on campus.
Okay. How about, does Daniel Spice still work there? Spice. His last name is Spice. Yeah, it's I'm trying to get the proper spelling. No, S-P-E-I-C-E. ITH.
You said SPE.
ITH.
ITH. No, it's not showing up.
Okay, that should do it then. Okay, thank you for your help.
All right, you're welcome.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused and released from your subpoena. Thank you very much for your time. And jury, the break will occur at this point in time. I was hoping to go longer into the noon hour because I'm supposed to go to a judge's meeting, but that didn't work out. So I will make that meeting, and we'll take an hour break for the lunch. And obviously, as I told you before excusing you, follow the admonishment as to contact. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon again, everybody. This is James, the digital content manager at channel3000.com. As we just heard there, they got those tech issues resolved and were able to play the entire phone call there to Madison College. Again, no acknowledgement to the jury at this point. I believe that was actually Bart Halderson calling, posing as Chandler to try to get to the bottom of the issues that they were having with Madison College. But we heard that entire conversation with that witness there, Omar Job, who works at Madison College, takes those kind of customer calls. And as he testified about 2 years ago, Madison College started recording every single call just for, quality assurance reasons and that kind of thing, as is pretty typical these days if you call asking about something like that. So that call was recorded, and we just heard the entire thing. It was about 17 minutes long or so. As you just heard there, or if you were coming in at the middle there and kind of missed what was said at the beginning, because I know we were kind of up in the air on if we would be coming back. During the course of that call, Bart had asked for copies of Chandler's transcripts and a certificate that he believed that Chandler had earned at Madison College, because that's what he had told him, that he had earned a certificate in solar energy there. But when he called, he was told basically, first of all, that there was an outstanding balance on the account of several $1,000s. So before they could get the transcripts, they would have to pay that. On top of that, they were told, or he was told by the person at Madison College who looked up Chandler's record and said, no record of you earning any kind of certificate in solar. For that matter, also no record of Chandler being in that IT program that he had claimed that he was in as well. Said he might have taken some classes, but he wasn't actually in that program track. So that was another thing that Chandler had told Bart that seemed to be a lie there, that he found out during this phone call. Also found that internships that he said that he had in the spring of 2021 that should have shown up on that report or on that file also didn't exist. So another thing that Chandler had told Bart that appears not to be true. Then we get into the main point in this call is Bart, you can kind of hear his voice kind of getting skeptical, and he just starts rattling off the names of the people that he believes he's been emailing that Chandler gave him the names of. So that Alyssa Brandt, the one that he had sent a pretty sternly worded email to, he asked if she works at Madison College, and we heard this employee, there was a long pause as he was trying to find anybody with that name in that staff directory, came up with nothing. After that, Bart asked if Daniel Spieth or Spieth still worked there, and came up with, no, there's nobody here by that name at all. And that's kind of when that call abruptly ends. Bart says, quote, "That should do it, Den. Thank you for your time or your help," and hangs up. So at that point, it seems as though he has confirmed that his son's been lying to him for more than a year about all of this Madison College stuff, and So that's kind of, I think, when the prosecution is trying to get to this point, that's kind of all when this came to a head in that late June, early July period. Before that break, we also heard from somebody who works for Bart's company, who was able to provide police with a copy of his Outlook calendar, Bart's Outlook calendar, and it had showed a meeting scheduled for July 1st that afternoon, indicating that he and Chandler had a meeting at Madison College that afternoon to presumably resolve some of those things. We heard in that call that he was interested in just going down to Madison College, paying the balance, and sort of getting everything straightened out, as he was indicating there, all at once. So that was blocked off in the calendar, and that's also the same day, July 1st, that prosecutors believe that Bart was killed. Also in that testimony, though, from the person who worked for Bart's firm, who handled the computers and network logins and that kind of thing, the cross-examination was actually pretty lengthy on that one. It's kind of the first time we've really seen that during this trial, where also the defense entered in an exhibit into evidence during cross-examination as well. And they hammered home the point that the company was able to get logs of when Bart's work computer was logged in and logged off. And seemingly conflicting with the timeline that the prosecution's building here, they found that the last login on Bart's computer was at about 5:13 p.m. Eastern time, so that would have been 4:13 p.m. Our time here in Central Time in the Madison area on July 1st. That would have been around the time that, actually an hour into about that meeting block that was blocked off on Bart's calendar. And the last logout, or the session, ended, the computer shut down at about 7:07 p.m. Central Time. So that point was made by the defense as well. The prosecution countered that, there's no special security added features on that computer. Anybody with the password could have gotten in at that time as well. So that point was kind of left up in the air, but it's important to note that too, that the defense sort of really focused on that point, that if Bart actually did die when the prosecution seems to indicate that he did, somebody was on his computer, and that computer log may call into question some of that timeline there. So we'll see what happens there. We know that the prosecution is nearing the end of its case. They had indicated yesterday that they think they should be able to wrap up today, rest its case, and then the defense will have its opportunity to call witnesses to the stand if they wish, and build their case from there. So we don't know exactly yet who they'll call to the stand or what the line of argument would be. But I think it's fair to say that it likely won't take as long as the prosecution's case. We're not going to see several weeks of witnesses out here. There's a very good possibility that this case could get into closing arguments before the end of this week, if not in the next day or two as well. And then that case would go to the jury. So we'll keep an eye on that timeline there, but that's something to keep an eye on this afternoon as well, as we anticipate the prosecution wrapping up their case. In the meantime, I'll have a recap of everything that we mentioned just here over at channel3000.com, and that's where you can go for all updates on this case. If you're just joining in now and want to get caught up on everything, we recently posted all of the videos from the previous 7 days of testimony in this trial, including the opening statements on day one. That's on that URL you see at the bottom of your screen there, channel3000.com/Halderson. That's also linked in the description of these live streams as well. If you look right below the box showing this live stream on that page, you'll see those tabs where you can go through and watch every single day of the trial there as well. If you missed any part of today, the archive version of today's will also be added to that list at the end of today. So there's a way to make sure you don't miss anything from this trial. We'll be here from start to finish, and I'll be here to kind of give those recaps and updates just in case you have to duck out at any point and miss something. So with that said, we are going to be in that court's lunch break, as you heard the judge say, for about an hour. So that would put us at about a little after 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern if you're watching out on the East Coast. So we'll be back in about an hour or so for the resumption of the prosecution's case. In the meantime, like I said, check out channel3000.com for more updates, and we will see you later this afternoon. Thanks for watching.
That is true. Welcome back to Cryptos Are Us. I am George. We're all George. So to
Okay. And
how you doing this morning?
Been better a bit.
I'm Detective Walters. This is Sergeant Conlon. How you doing? I hear you had a rough morning.
Very.
All right. I don't know anything about what's going on yet. I got woken up, so I just gotta read you this, and then we'll see what's going on. Okay? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand those? Okay. Tell me what happened this morning.
I'm not really sure.
Well, start from the beginning and the first thing you remember.
I remember it smelled like gas in the house. That's it. I woke up and it smelled like gasoline.
What'd you do after you smelled that?
I don't remember.
You remember what happened after that? What happened to your face right there?
I got hit with a gun.
Who did that?
I have no idea.
So, okay, tell me about what happened yesterday. What did you do yesterday?
Yesterday,
Well, just tell me what your name's Christopher.
Yes, sir.
Christopher what?
Urban.
Christopher Urban. Where do you live?
In Georgia.
In Georgia. I mean, have you at the house you were at? Is that
Yes,
your?
sir.
How long have you lived there?
Since about well, on and off since I got in college, but I've lived there since probably second grade, third grade.
Second grade, that long? Because you're about 22? Second, third grade. Where'd you go to elementary school at?
Shiloh Elementary.
Shiloh Elementary? So right around the corner. Did you go all the way Shiloh Middle, Shiloh High School?
Yes,
When did you graduate?
2011.
2011. Did you play football or anything?
Yes, sir.
I can't remember if Shiloh was ever any good. No. What position did you play?
Defensive end.
Well, tell me about that. You finished high school. Did that go well? I mean, high school in general?
Yes, sir.
What happened after? What did you do after high school?
I took a football scholarship to the University of Charleston.
Oh, really? What position did you play?
Defensive end. I was a lot bigger then. I was like 240.
240? Wow. How long? So that University of Charleston?
Yes, sir.
How long did you go there?
Just a year. I tried to transfer to Valdosta State to play afterward to be closer. Because I don't really like
I don't know.
school.
Valdosta State in Charleston's almost just as far away from here.
Well, yeah, but my coach didn't release me because I was supposed to be starting the following year. So.
Oh, so they have to allow that for that to happen? I don't know how that works.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. When unless you're going to a division school that's like above the one that you're playing at. If you're going
down,
or equal, then you have to get a release from your coach.
He didn't want to do it. That sucks.
And then I transferred to Georgia State.
I went there.
Yeah, and then did the Air Force.
How long did you go to Georgia State?
2 years.
What was your major?
Political science.
Political science?
Yes, sir.
Did you take what political science? Do you remember what political science classes you took?
A lot.
Ah, dang it. There's a guy there. He's a heavy-set white guy. He calls himself a yellow dog Democrat. He teaches like political theory.
But he teaches political theory and he teaches I know exactly what you're talking about.
I can't remember the name. He's kind of chubby.
Junior year for political statistics.
Dang, I can't remember his name. He was really good. Like his classes were entertaining.
I'm trying to think of his name.
But I just remember him saying, he explained yellow dog Democrat as somebody that he would vote for a yellow dog.
I didn't actually have him for the political theory class. I had him for a stats, political stats.
I can't remember his name, but his hair's probably gray now because we're talking like 90s. So how long did you go to Georgia State?
For 2 years.
2 years? Did you end up graduating from there? Or?
No, sir. I had one more year, but I ended up going to the Air Force instead.
Were you going to try to play football at Georgia State?
No, sir.
So you took some classes down. Did you live down there?
Mm-hmm.
Where are their dorms at? When I went there,
well, I didn't live in the dorms. I had an apartment in Atlanta.
Did you work for anything?
Yes, sir.
So, how far along had you gotten in college? Like a junior?
I have another year left.
1 year, so about a junior.
Yes, sir.
So when did you do the Air Force?
Well, I actually left in May.
This past May? Did you sign? Like when did you sign? Tell me about that process. Like when did you sign up?
I started in January for it, and it took about 6 months. But I initially went for geospatial intelligence, and then ended up changing my mind to do pararescue. But that was probably a bad idea because I almost drowned during the swim session, and they reclassed me to security forces. But then later on, because I didn't reveal history of having panic attacks, then they wouldn't let me continue more.
How far did you get in the pararescue training? I gotta know what the process is for that. Like,
well, you don't start NDOC till after basic.
So you did a boot camp like at in San Antonio or something?
Yes, sir. Well, Lackland Air Force Base.
Yeah, just outside there. And then you finished all that?
Yes, sir.
And then straight from there is when you start the...
So you have to go to, and you have to make it through NDOT, which is it's a process. It's like you have to be able to run so many miles in a certain time, and you have to be able to swim like 6,000 meters with fins and all your gear.
6,000 meters, that's like 2.5 miles or something like that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's like 60 laps in a pool.
Did you, when you started that, did you know there was going to be a swim requirement?
Yes, sir. We had to take a test to get into the program, to even be considered for the program. A pass test where they make you like go to a pool and you have to swim. You have to be able to swim from one length to the other in a certain amount of time without breaking the surface. And then you have to be able to swim so many laps. And I think it's only a 500-meter swim to get into the program. And you have to be able to do that in 9 minutes and 7 seconds. And then it increases every week. Like once you get into basic, on Saturdays you meet with your pararescue trainer, whoever it's going to be, and y'all just work on swimming every Saturday.
So what part was it they got you?
We had to do a 3,000-meter swim. But like the pools that they have set up they start out at like 12 feet and then they go up to 18 feet to simulate being in deep water. Because sometimes they like drop you off in the middle of the ocean in helicopters and stuff. And so you're not supposed to stop, and the pools don't have any lines on them. Like, you know how most pools have.
Oh yeah, so it's probably very
it's
very disorienting then. Yeah, that's why I don't do that kind of stuff, because I'm not a fan of that. So when they reclassified you, about when was that?
That was probably my 4th week into it.
Like what part of the year, like this year?
Oh, June I got reclassed.
June? Then, were you regular Air Force then, not like reserves then?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So when they reclassified you, did they give you any kind of options or anything?
No, I had like 3 options. It was like pretty much what was available at the time.
So are you still serving, are you active right now?
No, sir.
No?
They ended up disqualifying me because of mine.
Oh, because of the panic attack thing? How long ago was that?
July.
July, so that's fairly recent. Did they give you like a general discharge for that, or a medical?
Yes, sir.
General?
Yes, sir. General.
So it's not like, it's just considered something that happened, it's not a big deal. What did you do after that? Like, what was your plans?
Well, I just got back here and I was gonna start working and going back to school.
What kind of work were you looking at doing?
I hadn't really decided. I didn't want to go back to. I used to, before I left, I worked for my dad's company. I don't want to go back there.
What does he do?
He's a facility director for a company called Avery Express.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what Avery Express are. They have all those trucks. Isn't there a big one right over on Old Norcross?
Yes, sir.
Big,
right around the corner.
Yeah.
That's the one I used to work at.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Like loading trucks or stuff, or moving them?
Yes, sir.
A long time I used to work at UPS, but
yes, sir.
I quit because I found out they were trying to kill me. Like 1,000 packages an hour.
Well, luckily, we didn't have to do anything by hand. It was like all forklift operated.
Oh, if you can get a forklift operated thing, that's pretty good. If you like, don't they have like certifications for that and stuff, probably?
Yeah, you have to get certified, yes, sir.
That's pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a girlfriend or anything?
No, sir.
No girlfriend?
No, sir.
So you moved back home a month ago, a couple weeks ago?
Yes, sir.
A month ago, maybe?
Yes, sir.
Get your own, is it the same house that you grew up in, basically?
Yes, sir.
Well, tell me about your family, your parents. You always get along with them?
No, sir.
No. Anything in particular? Like, were they strict or I mean, anything about your parents? Like your mom, was she a stay-at-home mom or she worked too?
She worked too.
What kind of work did she do?
Computer programming.
God, that's, yeah, more math stuff. Can't, not me. Well, tell me about her. How was she? When you were growing up, did you ever get in trouble or anything with them? Like running away or anything?
No, my brother ran away though.
Your brother did? Were they abusive or anything towards you guys? I mean, any kind of way when you were younger?
I was the one that was like always just, I guess, kind of took everything. He, on the other hand, is, I would say, a little bit more fragile. And I don't know, one time him and my dad got into an argument. My dad slapped him right in the face. And I mean, he slapped me before too, so it didn't really bother me. But my brother slapped him right back, and all hell broke loose. And then he ended up running away. I had to call my friends to help me find him. And the police had to find him and escort him home. And it was a debacle.
It's just the two of you?
And we have an older sister, but she's alright. She's like 7 years older than me, so.
It's always fun. There's always, like, in families, they seem to do kids differently. Like, there's usually, and they handle it differently. Like, one will internalize everything and look at it as, I'll just show you, I'm gonna get out myself, and I just won't need you anymore. And then the other ones react more, like apparently like what he did. That he's gonna right then do it. I almost had the exact same thing. Not exactly, because I don't know what your situation was, but my youngest brother, he did that same kind of thing. He would smack you right back in the face, and then all the turmoil and everything would happen. And so how long ago was that where he ran off and you and your friends had to go get him?
That was probably my freshman or sophomore year in college. So about 2 years ago. He was in high school already, my brother. But ever since then, it's just, our house is weird. My dad, he was pissed when I decided to not play football anymore. Or, it really wasn't my fault, but whatever. So ever since then, like, I don't know, communication is just weird.
Well, that's what I want to get to. I know it's never what it looks like. It never is. And I just want to make sure that the absolute truth is what's going on. Because like I said, we really know that it's never what it looks like, ever. And we don't want people who don't deserve anything to happen to them. And this is an opportunity that you have, and we're going to give him too, to please tell us the full story. Everything. If they were doing something, we need to know that. Just because of what happened, unfortunately, in our line of work, you get so cynical to where it's helpful because you know not to believe the first thing that you hear and to look further. And that's what we want to do. And I can tell that there's more going on here than what it appears. But we don't have any way to know other than if you tell us. And if we have the whole picture, it makes everything more understandable to everyone. Because everyone's going to draw conclusions right away just from what they see. And that's wrong, but that's what people do. We're not going to, because like I said, unfortunately, we see it so often, we know that the first thing we see is not it. Clearly, we can hear your brother. He's very upset. And I hope to God when we go in and talk there that he will tell us the full story. And that's what I want. That's what we want. We don't want to have anything happen that doesn't need to. And we're going to do a full investigation. We're going to check everything. We're going to check like cell phones, and we're going to check records and everything. But if you can give us some guidance from the beginning of exactly what happened, the courts, the district attorney, everybody takes that fully into consideration, because it can't be what it just looks like, because that doesn't make any sense. If you would just help us understand the whole picture. That's all we want.
we Have you ever I think collectively, all me and him have ever wanted is just like their approval. Until
I understand that.
Until I went to college, I did everything that my dad wanted me to do because we didn't have a relationship. We did it outside of football. That was it. I mean, when I got to college, I realized, I don't even like football like that. I don't want to be at a school. I'm just here because my dad wanted me to play football. I decided that, okay, I don't want to be in Charleston anymore. It's 7, and I don't know if you're thinking about Charleston, South Carolina, because a lot of people get that misconstrued, but it's Charleston, West Virginia, which is like 8 hours away.
I thought South Carolina.
It's like 8 hours away. I was going to school, working, playing football, and I was just stressed. So I was like, I can't do that.
Were you paying for college too?
Yes, sir. I would have panic attacks. It would be days where I couldn't sleep because you're up 3 days in a row trying to get all your work done. 4.0.
You have 4.0?
What was your major?
Political science.
Yeah.
It's not an easy course.
That's a lot.
And the reason why I left and went to Valdosta was because they were going to offer me more scholarship money to where I wouldn't have to work.
Yeah, more time for you.
My dad didn't want me to leave Charleston. But I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't. And then when the scholarship with Valdosta fell through, I had hope. So like school was still paid for, but I mean, I wasn't playing football anymore. Like I said, that was really kind of the only thing we connected on. He literally, the whole summer I came home from Charleston before I went down to Valdosta, he did not talk to me. Every time he looked at me, it was like, get out of my face, like, why are you here?
How long ago was that?
That's 2 years ago. 3, 4, that was my freshman year. I don't know how long ago my freshman year was. 4 years ago.
Has it been that cold since then?
Yeah. So I ended up, like I said, I was at Valdosta. The relationship really did improve.
Were you playing football at Valdosta without the scholarship?
Just going to school. Just going to school. Just had an academic scholarship.
And that probably made him. Was he pissed off about that?
Yeah, they were pissed. They were pissed, but I mean, they offered to pay for school or for whatever part that Hope didn't cover, and I worked and paid for everything else. And then I transferred to Georgia State, just because as a political science major, it's more opportunity in Atlanta for future law students than in Valdosta. There's no.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, so I went to Georgia State.
Did that seem to change him at all when you did that? Did it get any better with your dad? No.
No, they. Communication was still weird, but I mean, we talked mainly still about football, but it was a start.
Does he want you to get back into football?
I mean, I think he's kind of giving it up at this point, but he was a big football star in college, so it's like,
oh, okay.
Just like he was upset with my brother. My brother was in the band. He really didn't like that. He was like, he'd make fun of him, didn't want to go to his performances, type things like that.
He would make fun of him too?
Yeah. So, come back home, Georgia State is a little bit more expensive. My parents, by no means are they rich. By no means do they have, all of the. In college, you meet a lot of people with a lot more than you. Yeah. And that's okay with me. I have friends with trust funds and their parents have secretaries and they drive brand new Maseratis and stuff like that. And that's cool. But my parents don't have that. They do have, but they've showed me how to do a budget. They've showed me how to work with their budget, And when I first went to Georgia State, they told me we will pay X amount of money for your school. You have to figure the rest out. That's fine. That's what I did. Then it cut back to, last year I think they gave me $500 for school. Georgia State's like $11,000 a year. So I had to take out a bigger loan. And then they claim me on the taxes like they paid for it. They claim the whole amount, which blows me. Like you pay.
And they get back from Hope when Hope gets paid, they get a chunk back.
Right.
Yeah.
So then, anyway, I'm just like my advisor. He was an idiot. Like when I had to get my advisor changed because
they all are.
I changed schools a lot, so not all your credits transfer. Right. Not all of them do transfer, which I knew that. But being at Georgia State for 2 years, he waited till my.
Do you have any water? Do you still need some water?
No, sir. My senior year to tell me that, all your credits are not gonna go towards graduation. You're gonna have to, take these X amount of classes, which ended up adding on a whole nother year.
He didn't tell you that at the beginning?
He didn't tell me that at the beginning. This whole time, I've been planning my classes and my schedule like I'm graduating.
Yeah.
And then only to find out I have another year, but I'm not taking out more loans. They're gonna give me less loans. My little brother's about to graduate from college.
Yeah.
From high school. He's gonna start school. I had a car, but they told me that when he graduated, I was gonna have to take on my car payments. Well, car payments on a brand new 2014 car. I can't make that and pay for school and pay for insurance and pay for my phone bill and pay for.
You're looking at like $4,000 a month.
I work part-time for my dad's company. Like, I don't know who, like,
how you can make it on anything like that.
Anyway, so that's why I ended up doing the Air Force.
GI Bill type stuff.
GI Bill type stuff. And plus, law school is the cheapest law school in the nation is Georgia State, and it's still $30,000 a year. But it's more competitive because it is more equitable, so more people are trying to get into it. Anyway,
so all that's coming down on you.
All that's coming down. Then I go to the Air Force, and then they tell me I can't continue on because of my panic attacks. So I come home, pretty much put the life that I had on pause, only to like kind of be in the middle of nowhere. All the classes that I need for state are full because I'm a senior. Those got booked up back in April, but I decided to make the Air Force move in January.
Yeah, so you thought it would work out.
I thought it would work out, and it didn't. So back home, trying to get back working, and
it just sounds like a ton.
I bought my own car just because I was tired of them, like,
threatening to take it away from you.
Threatening to take it away from me. That's what they do to him. I mean, that's, it's technically it's your car, you pay for it. But I'm gonna buy my own now because, I need a vehicle and you're not gonna do that. So I wrecked my car. The brakes went out at a red light, and I ended up hitting somebody, and insurance totaled my car. They just dropped me from the insurance.
Yeah, that sounds like
I've been having like a shitty
year.
Yeah, pretty much. And while I've been gone, I was talking to my brother. He said, their relationship has gotten progressively worse since I've been gone, and it's like times where we all live in the same house, but we won't see each other or talk to each other for days at a time. Like if they go out of town, my mom texted my brother that she was leaving to go out of town. Like, well, that's cool, but if we all live together
in the same house,
and she a text message,
we're going out of town. That's pretty cool.
And he's 17. Well, he's graduated from high school, but
17, man, you're still a kid, and your mom texts you that she's leaving.
I don't know.
Is he a senior?
He just graduated. He was supposed to be going to the Navy in January.
Now, is your dad, just ever since he went to band and not been in football, been crappy to him?
He was really mean at first, and then it was just like, okay, I'm gonna go, but you're gonna know this isn't what I enjoy doing, but your mom's making me, so that's why I'm here.
Yeah, that's right. Not exactly what you want to hear from your dad. It sounds like they were pretty disconnected. Your parents were. God, a text message that you're going out of town.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't imagine all the stress you just described. I don't think you even realize how much stress you just described in a very brief amount of time. I'm sure you feel it, but I don't know if you understand that all the stress you just described, how much it is.
I feel it.
Did your parents ever tell you that they love you? Both of them, your mom mom and your dad?
Mainly mom.
Moms are usually better for stuff like that. You know your parents can forgive you. Did they, especially your mom, did she understand all the stress that was going on with you?
They don't care. You know what they used to ask me? Why is all this happening to you, Chris? You just wrecked your car. You totaled your insurance. You don't have a job. You're not in the Air Force. Why? What is it that you're doing? God is trying to show you something. He's trying to let you know that's something that you're doing. He's just not happy with. What?
Like, did she just say like God was doing this to you, and you? What do you say to something like that? I mean, do you just like?
I was like, was that supposed to be a motivational speech?
You saying it like what? I have kids.
I mean, you just told me everything that's a problem that I already am quite aware of. I mean, I don't know. What? Pay back student loans that I have to take out. I want to give me $500. And the Air Force was supposed to pay back my student loans.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm back here and I don't have a job. And they were... The collectors are calling.
On your house too?
Yes.
And that's what led up to today.
Yes.
We are going to let you see your brother today. Can you tell us what happened?
Yes, sir. Honestly, we just wanted to blow the house up. To start over the house, we're missing so many bad things.
Mm-hmm.
Blow the house up and start over. But it didn't work. We waited all night and it didn't work. And then we were like, well, the whole house smells like gasoline. And there's candles that kind of burn the carpet in certain places.
Mm-hmm.
How are we going to explain this? And it was like, well, it's too late now. I don't know if you watch the haves and the have-nots. It's
I've
a
heard
show.
of it.
It's a show on one of the characters. She, burned her house down. That's kind of where I got the idea for the Dismembered.
That's where you got it from.
Well, I mean, it's not necessarily where I got it from, but
you just saw it once.
I just saw it, and it's my parents' favorite show.
Really?
It's their favorite show. They watch it every Tuesday. Like, they sit together. They come home early on Tuesday so they can watch this show. And I was like, Cameron, they watch the haves and the have-nots, bro. They're gonna know we tried to burn down the house. What do we do? Yeah, they just kind of went left from there.
I heard something about there was Xanax in the food or something like that, or is that not true?
Xanax in the food. I don't know what she's talking about.
So it all just started falling apart and you guys panicked?
Yes, sir.
Do you think you could, I said your brother's very upset and emotional, I can hear him. Do you think if you go in there and maybe give him a hug and stuff, talk to him for a few minutes, that would be helpful?
Yes, sir.
Because I think we can do that.
Thank you.
Do you want some more water first, or you think we just, I'm gonna go tell them that we're gonna do that? Or if you could just kind of tell us real quick, what happened this morning after it didn't work out on the gun thing? Did they just start?
After it didn't work out, we were gonna go up there and tell them that somebody broke into the house and we needed to get out. But then that didn't seem like a very believable idea. So we were like, we kind of already started this. We gotta finish it.
But you're not bad guys, though. I can tell that you're not.
It wasn't supposed to be. It was not supposed to be like that. We thought asphyxiation would work. And it didn't. And then we kind of started fighting. I mean, but then when you fight your parents, I mean, I don't think anybody
Imagines that. thank you for telling us what happened. I know it seems really bad right now. But things are gonna work out. We'll talk to your parents. Do you wanna talk to your, like I said, your brother? Is there anything we can do for you?
Can we call your sister? Does she know what's going on?
Please don't call her.
We won't.
Please don't call her.
We won't.
We can tell that you're a tough young man and you're gonna get through this. And I mean that, I'm not just saying it.
I'm really so tired. Of negative things happening. That's life though. When negative things happen, you suck it up and you keep going. But when the one support system
family
that you want just does not care. Just does not care. That doesn't justify what we did.
Explains a lot though.
By any means.
Do you want us to tell your parents anything? Or how do you want us to tell them what happened? I want to make sure I tell them the way that you want me to.
I don't really think it matters.
Well, it does to you. What do you want them to know? I mean, they know what happened, but they don't know everything you just told us. Because we'll get to talk to them before you see them again. This is your chance. Tell us what you want us to tell them. They'll have to listen to us.
that I wish we could have been a more cohesive family unit. I would have appreciated us talking to each other, not at each other, understanding one another, having more honest communication, because I think that maybe in their minds they couldn't relate to us, and we couldn't feel like we couldn't relate to them, and that's where the tension maybe came from. Never in my wildest dreams would I have pictured myself doing that. And that sorry doesn't begin to describe it, but
I think that will help. You are still family. Yes, it is. We're gonna take a little break. Do you need some water? Some more water?
Please.
All right, we talked to Cameron for a minute. He says you've always been his best friend. But he told us a little bit different story of what happened. He thinks you're just trying to protect him. And when we go there, like I said, the crime scene's gonna come out there and look at it, and they'll be able to see, if you just tell us exactly what happened, so that everything is what happened.
I did.
So, you made that the earlier part. Or tell me what happened, because like I said, his part, he's saying that you're just trying to cover for him.
I'm not, let me get that together.
Is there anything that would show that? Like, do you have any messages on your phone or anything, or?
No.
In case he tries to take the blame for everything. That's what I'm trying to get. Is there any way that we could show what exactly happened besides the two slightly different stories?
I mean, our parents, they kind of lived through it.
Because he said they were fighting last night.
He doesn't want me to get in trouble for this. I know he doesn't.
And that's why I'm trying to see if there's something we can do to show what really happened. Because we're just looking at the whole thing, like I said, and you said one story, and they're close. And you say they're close, but they're different. So if there's anything that you said that's not exactly right, just let us know, because all we're gonna do is take the two different stories and then go see what the crime scene shows.
Yeah, the crime scene is gonna tell you what really happened.
So, is your phones and stuff in your room, at your house, or anything?
I have no idea where my phone is. It should be at the house somewhere.
Because what we're looking for is you know, did you plan this like a week ago, a couple days ago, or did it just happen like what he told us?
No, it literally just happened.
So tell us again what happened. Like you went to bed last night, or what happened last night?
Well, I didn't go to bed. I was up. They had already went to sleep. My parents, I was just up waiting on Cameron to get home. I was watching TV. I mean, we started talking about it kind of jokingly. And then we actually tried to set the house on fire. But it didn't work.
So like, where did you try to start the house on fire? That'd be something we could see.
In the living room area. It's probably like candle wax and stuff on the floor. And you'll probably see like burn marks on the floor.
Like, is it by a wall or by, like, where exactly in the living room? I haven't been to the house at all.
Okay, well,
Like, if I walk in the front door.
if you walk in the front door and you keep straight through the foyer, if you make an immediate right in the dining room is directly to your right as soon as you walk in the door. My mom's office is to the left. If you keep straight through the foyer, the living room's right there. It was like a table stand up against this right wall, right before the kitchen, the opening to the kitchen, and that's where we tried to get it to start.
Okay.
Where's the gas coming from? A stove or a fireplace or?
A fireplace.
It's got one of those key things you turn in. And about what time did you do that?
Probably like midnight maybe.
Midnight. Like, what? How big was the candle that you put out there? Was it like a taller little teak candle or?
Well, we actually didn't come up with the gas idea first. We were just gonna try to set stuff on fire, but nothing caught.
Is there somewhere we could see where you tried that?
The spot I mentioned.
Oh, by the
before.
kitchen?
Yes, sir.
What specifically did you try to set on fire?
We tried to first we tried to set the rug on fire, and that didn't work.
Yeah,
I guess it was
something.
synthetic.
Yeah.
Something. So then we took paper and dropped it on the ground, but it wouldn't burn, it just burned the carpet. So like it melted. So then I was like, maybe if we turn on the gas or something.
And that was around midnight?
The gas thing was probably around 1, 2-ish.
Gas around 1 or 2. And then after the gas was on, did you go back to your room or what happened after that?
We were sitting outside waiting for it to blow up, and then nothing happened.
Okay.
And at like 6 maybe, we were like, okay, the whole house smells like gas, literally. And then we kind of panicked and
that's when he went out and tried to smother her?
Yeah.
Did you go in the room with him?
Yes.
Did you both try to smother? One of you tried to smother your dad, the other one the mom?
Yes.
Was it your pillows from your room you used, or?
Pillows from my brother's room.
And then what happened after you tried that?
Well, they woke up and obviously they didn't like that. Again, then we kind of started fighting.
How'd you get hit with the shotgun?
My dad hit me.
Okay.
He went to go get it and we got it from him. We rushed it from him.
And your brother said he stabbed him. Did you just lie? I don't know if I told you, but when you guys got here, your parents were still, they were going to be okay. When did you lay on the floor? Like the officer said when he got there, you were laying there with something over your face.
When the officers got there,
Mm-hmm.
we saw the officers. We were going. It really didn't work out. So,
Did you cover yourself up once you saw the officers pull up?
yes, sir.
Do you want to go see your brother for a minute?
Please.
second, let me get that picture real quick. Okay, Chris. You can see your brother this way.
Trying to blow up their house will spend at least 20 years in prison. News Since 6, Channel 2's Tony Thomas is live in Lawrenceville. That's where the Irvin brothers and their parents asked for forgiveness. Tony.
Jovita, Chris and Cameron Irvin are back at the Gwinnett County Jail at this hour, waiting to be transferred to state prison. They both entered guilty pleas this afternoon and then, along with their parents, pleaded for mercy. The entire family insisting that early September morning was simply drug-induced.
Am I redeemable? I believe so.
Chris Irvin says he and his younger brother Cameron were both high on drugs when they tried to blow up their parents' home late last year, leaving the gas on and lighting candles. Their parents were asleep after the sons had spiked their drinks earlier in the night.
And the facts from this case, that's me at my absolute worst.
Police say when the house didn't explode, the brothers went back into the home, beat their parents, repeatedly stabbed their dad, and tried to suffocate their mom.
I'm extremely regretful, remorseful, and just overall sorry.
The parents escaped, battered, bloodied, and full of forgiveness.
I asked for help for them.
Both parents asked the judge for the lightest sentence possible.
And that night, being in that room, being in that house on that night, I saw Satan, and I knew shortly after that what had happened to us wasn't my sons.
And so these decisions are never easy.
The judge split the difference between what the defense lawyers and prosecutors wanted, giving each son 20 years to serve in prison.
I realized how much I loved them, and I realized how much they loved me.
Do you understand?
And through her tears, Yvonne, the mother, told the judge that while legally, yes, she was a victim, she first considered herself a mother and an advocate for her sons. Live in Gwinnett County, Tony Thomas, Channel 2 Action News, Night Beat.
Who admitted to attacking their parents and trying to blow up their house will spend at least 20 years.
Come on, Teddy. Come on, Teddy. Come on. feeling strong. Hey, Joe Rogan. Let's just run at him. Let's just run at him. Let's run at him.
show when they look at the house for evidence. You know what I'm saying? Mom and dad were witnesses to everything that happened. I helped. Okay? You did not do that on your own. And don't try to take that on. I'm not gonna let you. You feel me? Like I said, just keep it 100 when they come in and ask you. You're doing good. Yeah, I know. This I know. That's next step. But it probably doesn't even matter at this point because you've already confessed. I don't know yet. You were high. I was high. I know I did it. That doesn't make it right. You couldn't have. I heard you screaming from all the way across the room. I told you you'd be the one. We're fuck-ups for that. They're gonna hate us forever and ever. It's probably why people never get away with it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know Dior's number by heart? Do you like you want to call your sister? No. Please. I don't even know who I will call. Derek, Gary, for what? I just tried to kill my parents. Nobody's gonna be like, everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Either 12:40 or 11:40, I'm not quite sure. 11:40. You still have your phone? What's that? Keys, watch keys. $5. Your keys. Oh, I left that part out. The robbery part. That's what I said. It just went left. Yeah, so just tell these good people that you did not do this on your own. That's not even believable. I mean, it could be believable, but we already did it, might be real about it. I'm scratching my nose, but yeah, there's blood everywhere. My body hurts. Ew, what's that? What is that? Snot? Oh. Take a shower. If we go to jail, when we go to jail, tell them you went for murder so that they won't mess with you. I've never been in jail before.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is James Langer, the digital content manager for ChandlerHalderson.com. Content manager for Channel 3000. The defense and the prosecution over a set of messages that the defense wanted to have excluded from evidence as hearsay, and the judge had to hear those arguments before ultimately ruling on whether or not the jury would be allowed to show or be able to see that evidence. So quite a bit of lengthy debate there. Basically, in essence, the judge ruled that we will be able to see those messages coming up here in the prosecution's continued case here as we continue in what could be their last day of witnesses and arguments here before the defense takes over the case. So that's something we're watching closely, but it's something that's kind of become a theme for today too, is the defense kind of starting to fight a little bit more on some of these pieces of evidence and arguing against the relevance of them or whether or not they constitute actual evidence of something going on or whether they're hearsay. So we saw that with these messages. We saw some lengthy debates where we had to cut away for that, if you were with us earlier this morning too, just over the things like phone calls and that kind of thing. So the defense seems to be kind of mounting more of a challenge over getting some of these last pieces of evidence admitted into evidence itself and shown to the jury, or trying to argue for certain things to be thrown out or excluded from the jury's view. So that's what was going on if you joined us a little bit ago and were wondering why we still weren't on yet. That's what was happening. And of course, as has been the case since the start of the trial, we can't show you anything while the jury is not in the room. So these were arguments that were being made outside of the presence of the jury, so we can't show you that. But we can kind of listen in and let you know what was going on. So with that said, we just posted our recap of what happened this morning as well, if you missed any of that testimony and what we may have covered then, if you're just joining in and want to know what happened. We posted a link to that in the chats for these live streams on Facebook and YouTube. It's also our top story at channel3000.com right now. If you go there as well, you can kind of get the recap of what was talked about this morning. Largely just a lot of work uncovering the emails that Chandler said he had with representatives from Madison College, allegedly trying to check in on his status there and progress there. Bart Halderson pushing him to ask for transcripts, that kind of thing, just for financial aid reasons. You need to show that you're a full-time student to be eligible for certain types of aid. Also for insurance reasons. Bart had wanted Chandler to provide him with transcripts and proof that he was still going to classes, of course. In the spring of 2021 or the summer of 2021, when a lot of this came to the head. And he did go to college there as dating far back as 2018 and took some classes, but progressively seemed to kind of fall out of his parents. He wasn't actually going to class. He also wasn't working at American Family Insurance, as he had told his parents as well. There were witnesses sworn in from human resources departments, both at Madison College and American Family Insurance, who testified to the fact that Chandler didn't go there, or there was no record of him there at that time. Also, the people at Madison College said those that Chandler said he was emailing didn't exist, or at the very least weren't on staff at Madison College. And
138, which you last testified. What were you testifying about? What happened at 2:04 p.m. on the 29th of June, 2021?
At 2:04 p.m.
Entries. Could you walk through, that is entry 110. If you could just walk through, what is entry 111 on that phone?
111 is just, it's showing the source of that phone call. Once again, showing the 246-6210 number.
And that's just data that was pulled from the phone?
Correct.
All right. When there's only a couple pages left, we'll go to the next one. What happens in what's been analyzed in your system as number 112? It looks like there's a message sent. Who's it sent from and who's it sent to?
Correct. On June 29th, still at 3:27 p.m., Bart Halderson sends a message to Chandler. It's listed as Chaz Halderson in his phone contacts. It's an instant message that says, "I spoke to Omar Job."
Then the next item analyzed in your system is 113. It's a web history. Is this exactly what it sounds like, internet history?
It is.
Okay. And what does that show, and at what time does it show it?
At 5:39 p.m. on that same date, Bart Halderson Googled Madison Area Technical College.
Okay. And 114?
114 is just showing that the search was completed through Safari.
115?
115 is just the mobile Safari cookies that are attached when you Google Madison Area Technical College.
And the same with 116?
Correct.
What about 117?
117, Bart Halderson is Googling contact Madison College. This would be like a contact list that is on their website.
And in 118, do we see the same source code essentially being repeated?
Correct.
And the same with 119 and 120?
119 is different. That's actually the web history showing employee directory for Madison Area Technical College. So Bart Halderson Googled the employee directory at that time.
Thank you. 120?
120, the associated cookies when you type that search in.
All right. And line 121, could you give us the date and time and then what was done there?
Line 121 is June 29th, 5:40 p.m. Once again, Bart is still in the employee directory.
122?
122 is listing employee directories results, and that's at the same time on the same date.
123?
123 is an activity sensor data. This comes from the health app on Apple phones that shows July 1st at 2 p.m.
And in your experience or knowledge, what is this?
So people that have the health app on their Apple phones, every hour Apple will document, steps traveled, distance traveled, among other items that you can select to be shown in the app.
Line 124, if you could give us the date and time of that and what happened.
Line 124 is an instant message. It's July 1st, 2021 at 2:10 p.m. This is an instant message from Bart Halderson to Chandler Halderson.
And what does it read?
Bart wrote to Chandler, "I'm ready whenever you are."
The next line, 125.
125 is just a duplicate of that same.
Okay. And the very last line here, labeled as 126, what is the date and time of that, and what happened?
126 is July 1st, 2021 at 3 p.m. It's also an activity sensor data. It's also just the iPhone health app reporting that there was the last activity at that time.
And that's when it was uploaded at 3 o'clock?
That was when it was uploaded for the previous hour, correct?
In your review of the records, does it appear that the uploads happens periodically on the hour basis, perhaps?
Every hour.
After Bart Halderson's phone updated the health app at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021, was there ever any activity on that phone again?
There was not.
Judge, if you could just turn the UMO on, I just want to make sure I can display the relevant messages. And so again, we're looking at exhibit number 498, and we're going to start here. Is this that phone call to Mr. Job that you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
And so we have the date, time, June 29th, 2021, and then the duration of the call. You mentioned the text message shortly thereafter, June 29th, 2021, 3:27, the parties, and then that's the body, correct?
Yes.
Right. And then we start talking about looking up Madison Area Technical College. I'll just display down that page on page 2539. Page 2540. I think this is what we talked about. Some of these are things he's Googling or clicking on, and some are cookies. And we get to line 123. This is the health upload that you were talking about at 2 o'clock?
Correct.
All right. And shortly after that, we see this message at 2:10 on July 1st, 2021 from Bart to Chaz. I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes.
And that was his last message ever sent?
Correct.
And then just as we saw at 2, at 3 o'clock, we see another health upload,
Yes.
and then the page goes blank.
That was the last one.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. Now, the exhibit you just obtained more information, more entries than you just talked about, correct?
Yes.
So you just talked about the ones that you and Mr. Brown determined relevant to this investigation, correct?
To this specific point, there's been other references to that attachment.
To this specific point, correct?
Sure.
Now, in looking at Bart Halderson's phone, it's fair to say your investigation looked as much as you possibly could on that phone for potential evidence, correct?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Any redirect on that point? No. Thank you, Detective. You can return to the table.
I'll call Stacy Sadoff from the Department of Justice. We'll have Stacy at this time. Hi, good afternoon. You can follow that gentleman right there.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And as you discovered, the chair doesn't move, it's bolted to the floor, but the microphone can come closer if we need that.
Okay.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Stacy Sadoff, Stacey Sadoff.
And what do you do for a living, ma'am?
I'm a digital forensics examiner
With who?
with Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What does the digital forensics examiner do?
We do several things, but to make a long story short, we will look at electronic evidence, so cell phones, computers, thumb drives, tablets, and pull information from those devices and then conduct analysis.
What type of specialized training do you have in the area of digital forensics or phone analysis, things of that sort?
Yes, so I have done training through multiple softwares, digital forensic software specifically, that I've done on and off since I started in 2013.
I'm showing it's been marked in this case, exhibit number 466. Is that your CV?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 466 into evidence.
Objection.
It is received.
Were you asked to become involved in the case of Mr. Chandler Halderson and the homicides of Bart and Krista Halderson?
Yes.
What types of things did you do in the investigation?
So in this investigation, I was asked to do cell phone extractions.
Sure. There were a few cell phones brought to your attention in this case?
Yes.
Were you able to access all of them?
No.
What goes into whether you're able to access a phone or not in your job?
So with forensic software, newer phones, we oftentimes struggle with getting into them if they're password protected. So in this case, some devices were newer than others.
Sure. The older the device, the more likelihood that you're going to be able to get into it?
Yes.
Do you stay up to date with the newest technology and trying to break into these iPhones?
Yes, I try.
And it's fair to say Apple is constantly combating privacy issues with their phones and trying to develop phones that can't be broken into.
Yes.
Okay. And it's a back and forth sometimes.
Correct.
Okay. So amongst the phones that you were able to access in this case, was one of them the phone of Krista Halderson?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as exhibit number 385. And what does that appear to be?
One of the phones that was submitted.
All right. And that has a sticker on it, in fact, indicating that you looked at it or someone in your department.
Yes.
And I'm showing you it's been marked and received into evidence is 387. Found with this phone, what does that appear to be?
Driver's license.
Of who?
Of Krista Ray Halderson.
Got it. So with Krista's phone, were you able to perform any sort of extraction?
Yes.
Okay. And you place that on some, it's transferred electronically essentially to prosecutors and defense attorneys and things of that sort?
Yes.
Okay. Just showing you 374. Does that seem to be labeled the extraction of Krista's phone?
Yes.
Okay. I will move 374 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
In this case in particular, as you extracted the phone, did you provide that data back to the detectives who were working on the case?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes you review all that data yourself and look for things?
Correct.
But in this case, a good deal of that work was done by the detectives.
Yes.
Okay. Another phone I'm going to ask you about is a phone belonging, or that was purportedly Chandler Halderson's old phone. Were you able to review something that you see? I'm a guy of simple taste.
Yes.
And why do you think it was an older phone, or what gives you that impression it was an older phone?
The phone was an older make and model as compared to another phone that was submitted that was a newer make and model.
Okay. And in the course of I think what the jury's heard, but if that phone was found in a desk drawer with other phones, that's consistent with people where they just put their old phones?
Yes.
Okay. And did you download that phone as well?
Yes.
Okay. Particularly, I ask you, when you download a phone and when you develop information related to those phones, are you able to see what the passwords are?
Sometimes.
In this case, were you able to see what Krista Halderson's password was?
Yes.
And were you able to see what Chandler Halderson's old iPhone password was, the phone that was found in his room?
Yes.
And what were they?
I don't recall the number off the top of my head, but they were the same.
They were the same password?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And for the record, does this appear to be that phone, the old Chandler Halderson phone?
Yes.
And that's your lab sticker on it?
Yes.
White sticker?
Yes.
Okay. Those phones were 4-digit passwords?
Yes.
Okay. And you confirm them to be the same?
Yes.
One moment. Showing you what's been marked. In this case, as exhibit number 467, page through that and let me know what we're looking at.
My forensic examination report.
And what kind of information, and which phone is that for?
This is for all of them.
Okay. And what information is contained in that report?
The 3 evidence items that were submitted, so it will give information on, for example, phone, make, model, IMEI number, phone number, what kind of extraction was conducted.
Sure. And in this document, can you show us where the breakdown is between the different phones? You said it's all of them?
On page 2 of my forensic examination report, it breaks down the 3 different phones that were submitted.
Understood. Okay, thank you. One moment, I'm going to page through, make sure we have all of the documents in. We're going to have the detectives testify in a second about some of them, but just give me 1 second. And just referencing again, 267, regarding that passcode, would it help to look at this report to remember what it was?
Yes,
You looked at a lot of data, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. So if we're looking at page, on exhibit 467, starting with the iPhone 6 that we've identified as the phone found in Mr. Halderson's room, it's on page 4,933. Be able to determine a passcode there?
Yes,
And what is that?
2568.
And then if I turn to page 4,936, this is identified as Krista's phone that you downloaded. What's that password?
2568.
No further questions.
Counsel, before I ask about cross, could you double check the exhibit number for the extraction? You said 374, but we have that assigned to something else. I think it was an envelope.
Let me double check it.
Okay.
Press. Give me 1 second.
Extraction of what?
The extractor was 574.
574. That's not what you said according to 2 people up here. Yeah, cross-examination, please.
Yes, thank you. So, just want to clarify something. Earlier, you said that the documents that you just reviewed with Mr. Brown regarded all of them. When we're talking about all of them, we're talking about cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And what is all of them? How many cell phones did you review?
3.
So in particular, we just talked about 2 right now. We talked about an iPhone 6 that was identified as an older iPhone that belonged to Mr. Halderson Chandler, correct?
Yes.
Then we talked about a newer iPhone that was identified as belonging to Krista Halderson, correct?
Yes.
These both have the same passwords.
Yes.
And then there was a third phone that
Yes.
was, and whose phone was that?
Believed to be the defendant's.
So whatever phone he was using now. Or
Correct.
you believe he's using now.
Yes.
And those were the only phones that you were asked to extract data from.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, how many phones have you extracted data from? Just a rough number. In general, not just in this case.
Okay. I would estimate between 500 to 1,000.
A lot of phones.
Yes.
And you said that sometimes you can get a full extraction from phones and sometimes you cannot, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that it has nothing to do with, or it might, but for the most part, it just has to do with whether a phone is newer or older, yes?
Yes.
Newer phones have more protection, more safety components, yes?
Correct.
And they're protected by passwords, yes?
Correct.
Now with the passwords, sometimes you're able to get the password on this extraction from the phone and sometimes you're not, correct?
Correct.
And you may not have the right answer for this. I don't think there's a right answer, but out of curiosity, how many times do you think people use birth dates as passwords?
I would say more common than a random number.
How many times have you ever seen the password as 1111?
If I had to estimate, maybe 15%-ish of the time.
It's up there, yeah? No further questions, thank you.
Redirect?
The phone you were not able to access, what model was that?
What model?
Yeah.
It was an iPhone. I don't recall the specific model.
Was it newer than the other ones?
Yes.
And I think, is that the one you believe to be Mr. Halderson's phone?
Yes.
Using whatever technology you have and whatever password breaking software you have, were you able to break into that phone?
No.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused
Yes.
and released?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
1 second, please, Counsel. Folks, we're going to take a recess at this point in time so that I can address something. Randy, go ahead.
All right for the jury?
Bruh.
You mean we're smoking dog shit, man?
Hello, everyone. James, the digital content manager for Channel 3000, checking in now. Just a quick little update on what's been going on. The judge called for a quick recess here because apparently there was somebody in the courtroom that was moving around quite a bit, and to the point that the bailiff had asked that person to leave. And from what the judge said, that person kind of caused a bit of a scene and was yelling and in the hallway and may have had some sort of interaction with somebody yet to be involved in the case. So they just wanted to take some time to kind of resolve that situation and make sure everyone is okay. It sounds like that situation was resolved peacefully. Eventually, that person's no longer in the courtroom, but we are just waiting for the jury to be called back into the courtroom now that they're past that point. So testimony should continue in just a couple seconds here, so stand by for that.
Brown, do you want to call the next witness?
Detective Sims back.
Detective, I'll remind you that you're under the oath you swore this morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective. Just as I asked Mr. Shunk some questions about messages on Bart's phone, were you asked to review the downloads that were performed by Ms. Stacy Sadoff, who just testified, the download of Krista Halderson's phone?
Yes, I was.
And specifically, were you asked to look at text messages on that phone?
Yes.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 499. Does this appear to be some of those messages that you were able to download, specifically more recent to the homicides?
Yes.
All right. And these are in what we call conversation mode?
Yes, they are.
And briefly, if you could explain conversation mode again for the jury. This is from Cellbrite?
Yes, it's a Cellbrite extraction report of the text messages between Krista and Chandler. And then the conversation view, it actually just appears easier to read. The color is different from the sender and receiver.
Looks a little bit more like a text message.
It does.
Okay. I'll move 499 in evidence and ask to publish it starting at page 3,558.
Any objection?
Nothing further.
It is received and may be published.
All right, I'd ask for the Elmo to be turned on. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to work with the lighting for one moment. So in green here, is that Krista?
Yes, it is.
All right. And in blue, we're going to see Chandler.
That's correct.
So we're going to start essentially 7 days prior, or around 8 days prior to when we're talking about everything happening. So on June 23rd, 2021, just to get us used to what this looks like, could you tell us what Krista says to Chandler?
Good night, Chandler. Love you.
Right. Mr. Halderson responds essentially, good night. And then this email, or this text message. I'm going to read it. Let me know if this is correct. HR rep and me are having to attend a board meeting online this afternoon. Our meeting will be online around lunch. I do not have to leave. Sent on June 24th, 2021.
That's correct.
Mrs. Halderson responds, and can you see that?
Yes, I can.
All right, could you read that for us?
Have Dad coach you and have in the wings to help you. Please let him support you, or I will come home so I can.
Okay. June 24th, Mr. Halderson responds, sounds good. He's here saved in Krista's phone as Chaz.
That's correct.
Okay. And then same day, a bit later at 1:10 p.m., I'm waiting in the room for him now.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object as leading.
Okay. We'll go to the next question, or the next text. On the 24th of June at 1:10, what do we see from Krista to Chandler?
Would you like me to come home?
How does Chandler respond that day at 1:15?
I'm all set.
And slightly after that?
I got a list of things from Dad and a bunch of tips.
Staying on the 24th, a message from Krista to Chandler. Now we're at approximately 2:31. Can you tell me what that says?
If you need to pick up check, I can come home. Just ask.
At 3:13.
This is to Chandler from Krista. Any news?
And then from Chandler, or Chaz, to Krista Halderson, June 24th at 3:26. What does he say?
I don't need to go anywhere because I have a board meeting until the end of the day.
And then on June 24th at 3:27, that last message, what does that say?
From Krista, did it get solved?
Again, staying on the 24th, a message from Mr. Halderson shortly after that at 3:27. What does he say?
Pretty much just need some approvals and signatures.
Now we're on to June 28th at 1:02 p.m. What does Krista Halderson say to Chaz?
Were you able to make an appointment with MATC?
Again, June 28th, now at 1:02. What does Mr. Halderson say to Krista?
No, there's a line I might be able to skip, so I'm exploring that option.
Then the next, or now we're on to June 30th. Here at 7:22 in the morning, what does Krista send to Chandler?
Thank you for waving. You made my day. Happy face emoji.
Mr. Halderson responds shortly after, saying what?
No problem.
And then what does Krista say at 7:30 p.m. or a.m. on that day?
Love you lots.
On the 30th, message from Krista to Chandler.
Come see us when you are done.
It's at 5:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Mr. Halderson responds with what?
Okay.
Now on to July 1st of 2021, a message from Krista to Chandler at 1:38 p.m. What does that say?
Hope things are going well. Thinking about you. Happy face emoji.
On July 1st, 2021 at 2:34, how does Mr. Halderson respond?
Going well. Thanks.
And what does Krista respond at 2:34 on that day?
With a happy face emoji.
At 3:19 p.m. on July 1st, 2021, what does Chandler text his mother?
Dad's phone died. Text or call me.
Shortly after, another message?
Yeah, from Chandler to Krista. And get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work.
And Krista responds,
K, I can, happy face emoji.
and that's at 3:22 on July 1st, correct?
That's correct.
On July 4th, there's no messages. Well, on July 4th will be the next message we'll look at. There's a message from Chandler to Krista on the 4th of July at 11:02 a.m. What does that read?
Hoping this goes through. I bet there's a lot of people up there.
Shortly after, he sends another message. What does that say?
Making it hard to message.
And on July 4th, shortly after that, at 11:04 a.m. So the last message from we just looked at was 11:03 and 7 seconds.
That's correct.
At 11:04 and 23 seconds, Krista Halderson's phone texts Chandler's phone. What does that say?
Made it safely. Can't get anything through. And yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade and will be home Monday night, Tuesday early. Love you lots.
The use of the last phrase, love you lots, with exclamation points, that had occurred at other times in the messages with Krista and Chandler.
Yes, it had.
That was a phrase she used.
It appeared so, yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective Sims, just so I'm clear, that text exchange was extracted from Krista's cell phone?
Yes, that's correct.
So is it safe to assume that you or someone in your investigation looked at all of Krista's text exchanges on her phone, not just the ones with Chandler?
That's correct, we did.
And anything else you could look at on the phone you looked at, correct?
That's correct.
That's it, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No.
Thank you, Detective. You can go back to your seat at the table. Attorney Brown or Raymond?
I'll call Courtney Ripp from the Department of Justice. Hey, Courtney. You're going to go with that gentleman right there.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give this
Good afternoon. If you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without a mask, that would be our preference if you're comfortable with that.
I'm not able to at this time.
Very good. Then go ahead and pull the microphone a lot closer.
Okay.
And you can even tilt it up closer to the direction of your mouth, and we'll make sure that we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Could you please state and spell your name for me?
Courtney Ripp, COURTNEY RIPP.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a criminal analyst for the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
What do you do in that job?
As part of my job, I take in copies of original records and make them into visual displays. And that can look like chronological reports, timelines, or cell phone tower maps.
Have you been involved since early on in the case of Chandler Halderson and the deceased individuals of Krista Halderson?
I have.
And have you worked in conjunction with folks in law enforcement and in your work?
Yes, I have.
Specifically, maybe these detectives over here?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Showing what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 435. What is that?
This is my CV.
I'll move 435 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received, and I'll have the record note that it was Detective Sims and Trunk that counsel was referring to, just so that the record reflects which detectives.
Thank you. Can you tell me a little bit about the training you undergo to do your job?
As part of our training, when we first start, we work with a senior analyst who goes over how to do the specifics of our job. They also review all of our products before we send them out. I've also received training from the cell phone companies themselves on how to interpret their records. We are in constant communication with them as things change and shift and how they send us stuff and how the technology upgrades. And I've also taken a class through the FBI about cell phone analysis.
Tell me more about that class. What does that entail?
It really just kind of went over everything that I had already personally experienced, which is the basics of how a cell phone tower operates, the basics of what the individual companies send us with their records, and what those mean and how to in turn map those out.
So, in the course of your duties, have you had the opportunity to look at iCloud records?
I have.
What is iCloud?
iCloud is the system that is native to Apple products, and it is what they use to offer backup services. So long gone are the days of, losing everything with your phone. It can now be backed up to the cloud, and they offer it for free to a specific size, and then after that, it's a paid subscription.
When you say the cloud, just explain what that is.
Really, it's a bunch of servers that are housed in warehouses and other places, big computers that store your information.
Now, if I own an Apple iPhone, you say automatically I get a free iCloud account?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That account I have, does everything on my phone get backed up, or does it only when I choose things, or can I deselect things?
The user selects what they want to back up, and they can change that at any time.
What are the types of things that one could choose to back up or choose not to back up affirmatively in their phone?
Anything on your phone, honestly. You can decide your contacts, your text message content. Photos are probably the most selected. Any of your applications you can choose to back up. Mail, your email accounts, and notes, different things like that. Anything that's on your phone you can choose to back up.
And is that something that someone with a phone, they don't need some advanced training to know how to do that? If you go into your settings, you'd be able to figure that out.
That is correct.
Okay. In this case, where you provided an iCloud response from a subpoena that was issued by law enforcement regarding Chandler Halderson's iPhone?
I was.
So while maybe the jury's heard in this case we weren't able to access with a password his phone, you were able to access his iCloud, his backup.
That is correct.
And did you receive that?
I did.
Okay. So I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 454. What does that appear to be?
This is the certification of the records from Apple.
Got it. And those are transferred to law enforcement. And what is this labeled?
It is a USB device that contains the Apple/iCloud records.
And that's 455?
Yes, it exhibit 455.
I'll move 454 and 455.
No objection.
They are received.
Now, what types of things did Mr. Halderson have backed up in the cloud?
Images, notes, the contacts. I believe that there were some bookmarks that had been saved, and I don't recall everything else.
You mentioned notes. What are notes?
The notes is a section that you can use it as a notebook. So I use mine for grocery lists, but it's just a free space where you can type in whatever it is that you want.
Okay. And did Mr. Halderson have some notes?
Yes, he did.
Showing it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 456. What does this appear to be?
This is a print-off report that shows the content of the various notes that were contained in that return.
And are these in date order, starting oldest to newest?
That is correct.
Could you tell us what date range these are all in? So the oldest one, then just look at the last page and tell us what the newest one is.
The oldest one is from February 1st, 2018, and the newest was on July 5th, 2021.
Okay. And so I'll move 456 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
There are quite a few notes here, right?
There are.
would you agree that the majority of those are mundane things like lists of things and links and jokes and things of that sort?
That is correct.
Okay. In the course of the investigation, some of those have become more relevant than others?
Yes, they have.
Okay. And for instance, there's one highlighted on the first page, which in the actual page numbers is page 3,174. Could you just read from left to right kind of what you're seeing there and then tell us what that note was?
The first column shows the email address, the name associated with that email address. The date is August 6th, 2019, and it is at, in military time, 18:14:45, and it says dad debit 0730.
Got it. And so appears to be dad's debit and then a 4-digit number?
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to page 3,176, there's a few notes highlighted there. Would you mind just, these are all from on Chandler Halderson's phone?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to read those. Would you mind just telling us the date, the time, and then what the note said? We'll just start from the top.
Okay. On October 12th, 2020, at 10:28:26, the content says, jobs need GPA, transcripts. On the same date, October 12th, 2020, at 18:26:10, college recourses.
And recourse is spelled with a C?
Yes. Okay. On November 23rd, 2020, at 12:46:31, Daniel letterhead with GPA on PDF.
And then moving to page 3,177, could you tell us the date, time, and the contents of that note?
July 1st, 2021, 17:11:03. Weekend chores, H2O2, lemon, door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job, clean floor.
These notes are in fairly small print?
They are.
Okay. I'm showing what's been marked as exhibit number 458. Have you seen that before?
I have.
And what is that?
That is the last note that I read, just listed out.
And just read that again, if you could, the contents of the note.
Weekend chores, H2O2 lemon, door handles, move your shit upstairs, get a job, clean floor.
Understood. And I'll take that back from you. In military time, this is listed as 1711.
Yes.
So in our time, or what we're looking at, most people conventionally use 511?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 458 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
In this case, you were also asked to look at Google records obtained and certified by the Google Corporation, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you obtain those for date range starting sometime before the 1st, but all the way through the arrest of Mr. Halderson on the 8th?
That is correct.
Showing you what's been marked in this case is exhibit number 442, all the way through the last ones, 459 or 449. Do those appear to be the Google activity for ChandlerHalderson@gmail.com?
It is.
And is that from the 1st all the way through the 8th?
It is.
Okay. And a question for you. Well, I'll move 442 through 449, excuse me.
No objection.
They are received.
On exhibit number 442, which is ChandlerHalderson@gmail.com activity from July 1st, there's not much there, but what do we see?
There are various YouTube searches that are listed here with the link and the title of what it is specifically that they watched.
Sure. YouTube is a company owned by Google?
That is correct.
Okay. So if someone goes on YouTube and watches something that would log onto their Google account associated with their email?
That is correct.
Are there any searches performed that day?